Philosophy and the Social Problem. Will Durant. Part 1. Historical Approach. Philosophy and the Social Problem. Introduction. The purpose of this essay is to show, first, that the social problem has been the basic concern of many of the greater philosophers. Second, that an approach to the social problem through philosophy is the first condition of even a moderately successful treatment of this problem. And third, that an approach to philosophy through the social problem is indispensable to the revitalization of philosophy. By philosophy, we shall understand a study of experience as a whole, or of a portion of experience in relation to the whole. By the social problem, we shall understand, simply and very broadly, the problem of reducing human misery by modifying social institutions. It is a problem that, ever reshaping itself, eludes sharper definition. For misery is related to desire, and desire is personal and in perpetual flux. Each of us sees the problem unsteadily in terms of his own changing aspirations. It is an uncomfortably complicated problem, of course, and we must bear in mind that the limit of our intention here is to consider philosophy as an approach to the problem and the problem itself as an approach to philosophy. We are proposing no solutions. Let us, as a wholesome measure of orientation, touch some of the mountain peaks in philosophical history, with an eye for the social interest that lurks in every metaphysical maze. Aristotle, says Professor Woodbridge, set treatise writers the fashion of beginning each treatise by reviewing previous opinions on their subject and proving them all wrong. The purpose of the next 5 chapters will be rather the opposite. We shall see if some supposedly dead philosophies do not admit of considerable resuscitation. Instead of trying to show that Socrates, Plato, Bacon, Spinosa, and Nietzsche were quite mistaken in their views on the social problem, we shall try to see what there is in these views that can help us to understand our own situation today. We shall not make a collection of systems of social philosophy. We shall not lose ourselves in the past in a scholarly effort to relate each philosophy to its social and political environment. We shall try to relate these philosophies rather to our own environment, to look at our own problems successively through the eyes of these philosophers. Other interpretations of these men we shall not so much contradict as seek to supplement. Each of our historical chapters, then, will be not so much a review as a preface and a progression. The aim will be neither history nor criticism, but a kind of construction by proxy. It is a method that has its defects. It will, for example, sacrifice thoroughness of scholarship to present applicability, and will necessitate some repetitious gathering of the threads when we come later to our more personal purpose. But as part requital for this, we shall save ourselves from considering the past except as it is really present, except as it is alive and nourishingly significant today. And from each study we shall perhaps make some advance towards our final endeavor, the mutual elucidation of the social problem and philosophy. Chapter 1. The present significance of the Socratic ethic. First, history as rebarbarization. History is a process of rebarbarization. A people made vigorous by arduous physical conditions of life and driven by the increasing exigencies of survival leaves its native habitat, moves down upon a less vigorous people, conquers, displaces, or absorbs it. Habits of resolution and activity developed in a less merciful environment now rapidly produce an economic surplus, and part of the resources so accumulated serve as capital in a campaign of imperialist conquest. The growing surplus generates a leisure class, scornful of physical activity and adept in the arts of luxury. Leisure begets speculation. Speculation dissolves dogma and corrodes custom, develops sensitivity of perception, and destroys decision of action. Thought, adventuring in a labyrinth of analysis, discovers behind society the individual. Divested of its normal social function, it turns inward and discovers the self. The sense of common interest, of commonwealth, wanes. There are no citizens now, there are only individuals. From afar, another people, struggling against the forces of an obdurate environment, sees here the cleared forests, the liberating roads, the harvest of plenty, the luxury of leisure. It dreams, aspires, dares, unites, invades. The rest is as before. Rebarbarization is rejuvenation. The great problem of any civilization is how to rejuvenate itself without rebarbarization. Dusra, philosophy as disintegrator. The rise of philosophy, then, often heralds the decay of a civilization. Speculation begins with nature and begets naturalism. It passes to man, first as a psychological mystery and then as a member of society, and begets individualism. Philosophers do not always desire these results, but they achieve them. They feel themselves the unwilling enemies of the state. They think of men in terms of personality, while the state thinks of men in terms of social mechanism. Some philosophers would gladly hold their peace, but there is that in them which will out. And when philosophers speak, gods and dynasties fall. Most states have had their roots in heaven and have paid the penalty for it. The twilight of the gods is the afternoon of states. Every civilization comes at last to the point where the individual, made by speculation conscious of himself as an end per se, demands of the state, as the price of its continuance, that it shall henceforth enhance rather than exploit his capacities. Philosophers sympathize with this demand. The state almost always rejects it. Therefore, civilizations come and civilizations go. The history of philosophy is essentially an account of the efforts great men have made to avert social disintegration by building up natural moral sanctions to take the place of the supernatural sanctions which they themselves have destroyed. To find, without resorting to celestial machinery, some way of winning for their people social coherence and permanence without sacrificing plasticity and individual uniqueness to regimentation, that has been the task of philosophers. That is the task of philosophers. We should be thankful that it is. Who knows but that within our own time may come at last the forging of an effective natural ethic, an achievement which might be the most momentous event in the history of our world. Third, individualism in Athens. The great ages in the history of European thought have been for the most part periods of individualistic effervescence. The age of Socrates, the age of Caesar and Augustus, the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, and shall we add the age which is now coming to a close? These ages have usually been preceded by periods of imperialist expansion. Imperialism requires a tightening of the bonds whereby individual allegiance to the state is made secure. And this tightening, given a satiety of imperialism, involves an individualistic reaction. And again, the dissolution of the political or economic frontier by conquest or commerce breaks down cultural barriers between peoples, develops a sense of the relativity of customs and issues in the opposition of individual reason to social tradition. A political treatise attributed to the 4th century BC reflects the attitude that had developed in Athens in the later 5th century. If all men were to gather in a heap the customs which they hold to be good and noble, and if they were next to select from it the customs which they hold to be base and vile, nothing would be left over. Once such a view has found capable defenders, the custom basis of social organization begins to give way, and institutions venerable with age are ruthlessly subponied to appear before the bar of reason. Men begin to contrast nature with custom, somewhat to the disadvantage of the latter. Even the most basic of Greek institutions is questioned. The deity, says a 4th century Athenian Rousseau, made all men free. Nature has enslaved no man. Botsford speaks of the powerful influence of 4th century socialism on the intellectual class. Euripides and Aristophanes are full of talk about a movement for the emancipation of women. Law and government are examined. Anacharsis' comparison of the law to a spider's web, which catches small flies and lets the big ones escape, now finds sympathetic comprehension. And men arise, like Callicles and Thrasymachus, who frankly consider government as a convenient instrument of mass exploitation. Fourth, the sophists. The cultural representatives of this individualistic development were the sophists. These men were university professors without a university and without the professorial title. They appeared in response to a demand for higher instruction on the part of the young men of the leisure class. and within a generation they became the most powerful intellectual force in Greece. There had been philosophers, questioners before them, but these early philosophers had questioned nature rather than man or the state. The sophists were the first group of men in Greece to overcome the natural tendency to acquiesce in the given order of things. They were proud men. Humility is a vice that never found root in Greece, and they had a buoyant confidence in the newly discovered power of human intelligence. They assumed, in harmony with the spirit of all Greek achievement, that in the development and extension of knowledge lay the road to a sane and significant life, individual and communal, and in the quest for knowledge they were resolved to scrutinize unawed all institutions, prejudices, customs, morals. Protagoras professed to respect conventions and pronounced conventions and institutions the source of man's superiority to the beast. But his famous principle that man is the measure of all things was a quiet hint that morals are a matter of taste, that we call a man good when his conduct is advantageous to us, and bad when his conduct threatens to make for our own loss. To the sophists, virtue consisted not in obedience to unjudged rules and customs, but in the efficient performance of whatever one set out to do. They would have condemned the bungler and let the sinner go. That they were flippant skeptics, putting no distinction of worth between any belief and its opposite, and willing to prove anything for a price, is an old accusation which later students of Greek philosophy are almost unanimous in rejecting. The great discovery of the sophists was the individual. It was an achievement for which Plato and his oligarchical friends could not forgive them, and because of which they incurred the contumely which it is now so hard to dissociate from their name. The purpose of laws, said the sophists, was to widen the possibilities of individual development. If laws did not do that, they had better be forgotten. There was a higher law than the laws of men, a natural law, engraved in every heart, and judge of every other law. The conscience of the individual was above the dictates of any state. All radicalisms lay compact in that pronouncement. Plato, prolific of innovations though he was, yet shrank from such a leap into the new. But the sophists pressed their point. Men listened to them, and the Greek world changed. When Socrates appeared, he found that world all out of joint, a war of all against all, a stridency of uncoordinated personalities rushing into chaos. And when he was asked, "What should men do to be saved?" he answered simply, "Let us think." Eindam, intelligence as virtue. Intelligence as virtue. It was not a new doctrine. It was merely a new emphasis placed on an already important element in the Greek, or rather the Athenian, view of life. But it was a needed emphasis. The sophists, not Socrates, Pace Cicero, had brought philosophy down from heaven to earth, but they had left it grovelling at the feet of business efficiency and success, a sort of ancilla pecunia, a broker knowing where one's soul could be invested at 10%. Socrates agreed with the sophists in condemning any but a very temporary devotion to metaphysical abstractions, the one and the many, motion and rest, the indivisibility of space, the puzzles of predication, and so forth. He joined them in ridiculing the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake, and in demanding that all thinking should be focused finally on the real concerns of life. But his spirit was as different from theirs as the spirit of Spinosa was different from that of a medieval moneylender. With the sophists, philosophy was a profession. They were lovers of wisdom, for a consideration. With Socrates, philosophy was a quest of the permanently good, of the lastingly satisfying attitude to life, to find out just what are justice, temperance, courage, piety. That is an inquiry which I shall never be weary of pursuing, so far as in me lies. It was not an easy quest, and the results were not startlingly definite. I wander to and fro when I attempt these problems, and do not remain consistent with myself. His interlocutors went from him apparently empty, but he had left in them seed which developed in the after calm of thought. He could clarify men's notions, he could reveal to them their assumptions and prejudices, but he could not and would not manufacture opinions for them. He left no written philosophy because he had only the most general advice to give, and knew that no other advice is ever taken. He trusted his friends to pass on the good word. Now, what was the good word? It was, first of all, the identity of virtue and wisdom, morals and intelligence. But more than that, it was the basic identity, in the light of intelligence, of communal and individual interests. Here at the sophists' feet lay the debris of the old morality. What was to replace it? The young Athenians of a generation denuded of supernatural belief would not listen to counsels of virtue, of self-sacrifice to the community. What was to be done? Should social and political pressure be brought to bear upon the sophists to compel them to modify the individualistic tenor of their teachings? Analysis destroys morals. What is the moral? Destroy analysis. The moral, answered Socrates, is to get better morals, to find an ethic immune to the attack of the most ruthless skeptic. The sophists were right, said Socrates. Morality means more than social obedience. But the sophists were wrong in opposing the good of the individual to that of the community. Socrates proposed to prove that if a man were intelligent, he would see that those same qualities which make a man a good citizen, justice, wisdom, temperance, courage, are also the best means to individual advantage and development. All these virtues are simply the supreme and only virtue, wisdom, differentiated by the context of circumstance. No action is virtuous unless it is an intelligent adaptation of means to a criticized end. Sin is failure to use energy to the best account. It is an unintelligent waste of strength. A man does not knowingly pursue anything but the good. Let him but see his advantage, and he will be attracted towards it irresistibly. Let him pursue it, and he will be happy, and the state safe. The trouble is that men lack perspective and cannot see their true good. They need not virtue, but intelligence, not sermons, but training in perspective. The man who has encratia, who rules within, who is strong enough to stop and think, the man who has achieved sophrosune, the self-knowledge that brings self-command, such a man will not be deceived by the tragedy of distance, by the apparent smallness of the future good, alongside of the more easily appreciable good that lies invitingly at hand. Hence the moral importance of dialectic, of cross-examination, of concept and definition. We must learn how to make our ideas clear. We must ask ourselves just what it is that we want, just how real this seeming good is. Dialectic is the handmaiden of virtue, and all clarification is morality. Shosti, the meaning of virtue. This is frank intellectualism, of course, and the best refuted doctrine in philosophy. It is amusing to observe the ease with which critics and historians dispatch the Socratic ethic. It is an extravagant paradox, says Sidgwick, incompatible with moral freedom. Nothing is easier, says Gompers, than to detect the one-sidedness of this point of view. This doctrine, says Grote, omits to notice, what is not less essential, the proper conditions of the emotions, desires, etc. It tended to make all conduct a matter of the intellect and not of the character, and so, in a sense, to destroy moral responsibility, says Hobhouse. Himself blessed with a will so powerful that it moved almost without friction, says Henry Jackson, Socrates fell into the error of ignoring its operations, and was thus led to regard knowledge as the sole condition of well-doing. Socrates was a misunderstanding, says Nietzsche. Reason at any price, life made clear, cold, cautious, conscious, without instincts, opposed to the instincts, was in itself only a disease, and by no means a return to virtue, to health, and to happiness. And the worn-out dictum about seeing the better and approving it, yet following the worse, is quoted as the deliverance of a profound psychologist, whose verdict should be accepted as a final solution of the problem. Before refuting a doctrine, it is useful to try to understand it. What could Socrates have meant by saying that all real virtue is intelligence? What is virtue? A civilization may be characterized in terms of its conception of virtue. There is hardly anything more distinctive of the Greek attitude as compared with our own than the Greek notion of virtue as intelligence. Consider the present connotations of the word virtue. Men shrink at having the term applied to them, and nothing makes one so vain, says Oscar Wilde, as being told that one is a sinner. During the Middle Ages, the official conception of virtue was couched in terms of womanly excellence, and the sternly masculine god of the Hebrews suffered considerably from the inroads of Mariolatry. Protestantism was in part a rebellion of the ethically subjugated male. In Luther, the man emerges riotously from the monk, but as people cling to the ethical implications of a creed long after the creed itself has been abandoned, so our modern notion of virtue is still essentially medieval and feminine. Virginity, chastity, conjugal fidelity, gentility, obedience, loyalty, kindness, self-sacrifice are the stock in trade of all respectable moralists. To be good is to be harmless, to be not bad, to be a sort of sterilized citizen, guaranteed not to injure. This sheepish innocuousness comes easily to the natively uninitiative, to those who are readily amenable to fear and prohibitions. It is a static virtue. It contracts rather than expands the soul. It offers no handle for development, no incentive to social stimulation and productivity. It is time we stopped calling this insipidly negative attitude by the once mighty name of virtue. Virtue must be defined in terms of that which is vitally significant in our lives. And therefore, too, virtue cannot be defined in terms of individual subordination to the group. The vitally significant thing in a man's life is not the community, but himself. To ask him to consider the interest of the community above his own is again to put up for his worship an external, transcendent God. And the trouble with a transcendent God is that he is sure to be dethroned. To call immoral the refusal of the individual to meet such demands is the depth of indecency. It is itself immoral. That is, it is nonsense. The notion of duty as involving self-sacrifice, as essentially duty to others, is a soul-cramping, funereal notion, and deserves all that Ibsen and his progeny have said of it. Ask the individual to sacrifice himself to the community, and it will not be long before he sacrifices the community to himself. Granted that, in the language of Heraclitus, there is always a majority of fools, and that self-sacrifice can be procured by the simple hypnotic suggestion of post-mortem remuneration. Sooner or later come doubt and disillusionment, and the society whose permanence was so easily secured becomes driftwood on the tides of time. History means that if it means anything. No, the intelligent individual will give allegiance to the group of which he happens to find himself a member, only so far as the policies of the group accord with his own criticized desires. Whatever allegiance he offers will be to those forces, wherever they may be, which in his judgment move in the line of these desires. Even for such forces, he will not sacrifice himself, though there may be times when martyrdom is a luxury for which life itself is not too great a price. Since these forces have been defined in terms of his own judgment and desire, conflict between them and himself can come only when his behavior diverges from the purposes defined and resumed in times of conscious thought, i.e., only when he ceases to adapt means to his ends, ceases, that is, to be intelligent. The prime moral conflict is not between the individual and his group, but between the partial self of fragmentary impulse and the coordinated self of conscious purpose. There is a group within each man as well as without. A group of partial selves is the reality behind the figment of the unitary self. Every individual is a society, every person is a crowd, and the tragedies of the moral life lie not in the war of each against all, but in the restless interplay of these partial selves behind the stage of action. As a man's intelligence grows, this conflict diminishes, for both means and ends, both behavior and purposes, are being continually revised and redirected in accordance with intelligence, and therefore in convergence towards it. Progressively, the individual achieves unity, and through unity, personality. Faith in himself has made him whole. The ethical problem, so far as it is the purely individual problem of attaining to coordinated personality, is solved. Moral responsibility, then, whatever social responsibility may be, is the responsibility of the individual to himself. The social is not necessarily the moral. Let the sociological fact be what it will. The unthinking conformity of the normal social life is, just because it is unthinking, below the level of morality. Let us call it sociality, and make morality the prerogative of the really thinking animal. In any society so constituted as to give to the individual an increase in powers as recompense for the pruning of his liberties, the unsocial will be immoral, that is, self-destructively unreasonable and unintelligent. But even in such a society, the moral would overflow the margins of the social and would take definition ultimately from the congruity of the action with the criticized purposes of the individual self. This does not mean that all ethics lies compact in the shibboleth, be yourself. Those who make the least sparing use of this phrase are too apt to consider it an excuse for lives that reek with the heat of passion and smack of insufficient evolution. These people need to be reminded, all the more forcibly since the most palatable and up-to-date philosophies exalt instinct and deride thought, that one cannot be thoroughly oneself except by deliberation and intelligence. To act indeliberately is not to be, but in great part to cancel oneself. For example, the vast play of direct emotional expression is almost entirely indeliberate. If you are greatly surprised, your lips part, your eyes open a trifle wider, your pulse quickens, your respiration is affected. And if I am surprised, though you be as different from me as Hyperion from a satyr, my respiration will be affected, my pulse will quicken, my eyes will open a trifle wider, and my lips will part. My direct reaction will be essentially the same as yours. The direct expression of surprise is practically the same in all the higher animals. Darwin's classical description of the expression of fear is another example. It holds for every normal human being, not to speak of lower species. So with egotism, jealousy, anger, and 1,000 other instinctive reaction complexes, they are common to the species, and when we so react, we are expressing not our individual selves so much as the species to which we happen to belong. When you hit a man because he has insulted you, when you swagger a little after delivering a successful speech, when you push aside women and children in order to take their place in the rescue boat, when you do any one of a million indeliberate things like these, it is not you that act, it is your species, it is your ancestors, acting through you. Your acquired individual difference is lost in the whirlwind of inherited impulse. Your act, as the scholastics phrased it, is not a human act. You yourself are not really acting in any full measure of yourself. You are but playing slave and mouthpiece to the dead. But subject the inherited tendencies to the scrutiny of your individual experience, think, and your action will then express yourself, not in any abbreviated sense, but up to the hilt. There is no merit, no virtue, no development in playing the game of fragmentary impulses, in living up to the past. To be moral, to grow, is to be not part, but all of one's self, to call into operation the acquired as well as the inherited elements of one's character, to be whole. So many of us invite ruin by actions which do not really express us, but are the voice of the merest fragment of ourselves, the remainder of us being meanwhile asleep. To be whole, to be your deliberate self, to do what you please, but only after considering what you really please. To follow your own ideals, but to follow them. To choose your own means, and not to have them forced upon you by your ancestors, to act consciously, to see the part subspecie totius, to see the present act in its relation to your vital purposes, to think, to be intelligent. All these are definitions of virtue and morality. There is, then, in the old sense of the word, no such thing as morality. There is only intelligence or stupidity. Yes, virtue is calculus, horrible as that may sound to long and timid ears. To calculate properly just what you must do to attain your real ends, to see just what and where your good is, and to make for it. That is all that can without indecency be asked of any man. That is all that is ever vouchsafed by any man who is intelligent. Perhaps you think it is an easy virtue, this cleaving to intelligence, easier than being harmless. Try it. Seventh, instinct and reason. And now to go back to the refutations. The strongest objection to the Socratic doctrine is that intelligence is not a creator, but only a servant of ends. What we shall consider to be our good appears to be determined not by reason, but by desire. Reason itself seems but the valet of desire. ready to do for it every manner of menial service. Desire is an adept at marshalling before intelligence such facts as favor the wish, and turns the mind's eye resolutely away from other truth, as a magician distracts the attention of his audience while his hands perform their wonders. If morality is entirely a matter of intelligence, it is entirely a question of means. It is excluded irrevocably from the realm of ends. The conclusion may be allowed in substance, though it passes beyond the warrant of the facts. It is true that basic ends are never suggested by intelligence, reason, knowledge, but it is also true that many ends suggested by desire are vetoed by intelligence. Why are the desires of a man more modest than those of a boy or a child, if not because the blows of repeated failure have dulled the edge of desire? Desires lapse or lose in stature, as knowledge grows and man takes lessons from reality. There is an adaptation of ends to means as well as of means to ends, and desire comes at last to take counsel of its slave. Be it granted, nonetheless, that ends are dictated by desire, and that if morality is intelligence, there can be no question of the morality of any end per se. That, strangely, is not a refutation of the Socratic ethic, so much as an essential element of it and its starting point. Every desire has its own initial right. Morality means not the suppression of desires, but their coordination. What that implies for society, we shall see presently. For the individual, it implies that he is immoral, not when he seeks his own advantage, but when he does not really behave for his own advantage, when some narrow temporary purpose upsets perspective and overrides a larger end. What we call self-control is the permanent predominance of the larger end. What we call weakness of will is instability of perspective. Self-control means an intelligent judgment of values, an intelligent coordination of motives, an intelligent forecasting of effects. It is far sight, far hearing, an enlargement of the sense. It hears the weakened voice of the admonishing past. It sees results far down the vista of the future. It annihilates space and time for the sake of light. Self-control is coordinated energy, which is the first and last word in ethics and politics, and perhaps in logic and metaphysics too. Weak will means that desires fall out of focus, and taking advantage of the dark steal into action. It is a derangement of the light, a failure of intelligence. In this sense, a good will means coordination of desires by the ultimate desire, end, ideal. It means health and wholeness of will. It means, literally, integrity. In the old sense, good will meant, too often, mere fear, either of the prohibitions of present law or of the prohibitions stored up in conscience. Such conscience, we all know, is a purely negative and static thing, a convenient substitute for policemen, a degenerate descendant of that conscientia, or knowing together, which meant to the Romans a discriminating awareness in action, discriminating awareness of the whole that lurks round the corner of every part. This is one instance of a sort of pathology of words, words coming to function in a sense alien to their normal intent. Right and wrong, for example, once carried no ethical connotation, but merely denoted a direct or tortuous route to a goal, and significantly the Hebrew word for sin meant, in the days of its health, an arrow that had missed its mark. But, it is urged, there is no such thing as intelligence in the sense of a control of passion by reason, desire by thought. Granted, it is so much easier to admit objections than to refute them. Let intelligence be interpreted as you will, so be it you recognize in it a delayed response, a moment of reprieve before execution, giving time for the appearance of new impulses, motives, tendencies, and allowing each element in the situation to fall into its place in a coordinated whole. Let intelligence be a struggle of impulses, a survival of the fittest desire. Let us contrast not reason with passion, but response delayed by the rich interplay of motive forces with response immediately following upon the first appearing impulse. Let impulse mean for us fruit that falls unripe from the tree, because too weak to hang till it is mature. Let us understand intelligence as not a faculty superadded to impulse, but rather that coordination of impulses which is wrought out by the blows of hard experience. The Socratic ethic fits quite comfortably into this scheme. Intelligence is delayed response, and morality means take your time. It is charged that the Socratic view involves determinism, and this charge, too, is best met with open-armed admission. We need not raise the question of the pragmatic value of the problem, but to suppose that determinism destroys moral responsibility is to betray the mid-Victorian origin of one's philosophy. Men of insight like Socrates, Plato, and Spinosa saw without the necessity of argument that moral responsibility is not a matter of freedom of will, but a relation of means to ends, a responsibility of the agent to himself, an intelligent coordination of impulses by one's ultimate purposes. Any other morality, whatever pretty name it may display, is the emasculated morality of slaves. Yet, the secularization of morals. The great problem involved in the Socratic ethic lies, apparently, in the bearings of the doctrine on social unity and stability. Apparently, for it is wholesome to remember that social organization, like the Sabbath, was made for man, and not the other way about. If social organization demands of the individual more sacrifices than its advantages are worth to him, then the stability of that organization is not a problem, it is a misfortune. But if the state does not demand such sacrifices, the advantage of the individual will be in social behavior, and the question whether he will behave socially becomes a question of how much intelligence he has, how clear-eyed he is in ferreting out his own advantage. In a state that does not ask more from its members than it gives, morality and intelligence and social behavior will not quarrel. The social problem appears here as the twofold problem of, first, making men intelligent, and second, making social organization so great an advantage to the individual as to ensure social behavior in all intelligent men. Which has the better chance of survival, a society of good men or a society of intelligent men? So far as a man is good, he merely obeys, he does not initiate. A society of good men is necessarily stagnant. For in such a society, the virtue most in demand, as Emerson puts it, is conformity. If great men emerge through the icy crust of this conformity, they are called criminals and sinners. The lives of great men all remind us that we cannot make our lives sublime and yet be good. But intelligence as an ethical ideal is a progressive norm, for it implies the progressive coordination of one's life in reference to one's ultimate ideals. The god of the good man is the status quo. The intelligent man obeys rather the call of the status ad quem. Observe how the problem of man versus the group is clarified by thus relating the individual to a larger whole determined not by geographical frontiers, but by purposes born of his own needs and molded by his own intelligence. For as the individual's intelligence grows, his purposes are brought more and more within the limits of personal capacity and social possibility. He is ever less inclined to make unreasonable demands upon himself or men in general, or the group in which he lives. His ever-broadening vision makes apparent the inherent self-destructiveness of antisocial aims, and though he chooses his ends without reference to any external moral code, those ends are increasingly social. Enlightenment saves his social dispositions from groveling conformity and his self-regarding sentiments from suicidal narrowness. And now the conflict between himself and his group continues for the most part only in so far as the group makes unreasonable demands upon him. But this, too, diminishes as the individuals constituting or dominating the group become themselves more intelligent, more keenly cognizant of the limits within which the demands of the group upon its members must be restricted if individual allegiance is to be retained. Since the reduction of the conflict between the individual and the community without detriment to the interests of either is the central problem of political ethics, it is obvious that the practical task of ethics is not to formulate a specific moral code, but to bring about a spread of intelligence. And since the reduction of this conflict brings with it a better coordination of the members of the group through their greater ability to perceive the advantages of communal action in an intelligently administered group, the problem of social coherence and permanence itself falls into the same larger problem of intellectual development. How to make our ideas clear? What if that be the social problem? What a wealth of import in that little phrase of Socrates. To ti, what is it? What is my good, my interest? What do I really want? To find the answer to that, said Robert Louis Stevenson, is to achieve wisdom and old age. What is my country? What is patriotism? If you wish to converse with me, said Voltaire, you must define your terms. If you wish to be moral, you must define your terms. If our civilization is to keep its head above the flux of time, we must define our terms. For these are the critical days of the secularization of moral sanctions. The theological navel string binding men to good behavior has snapped. What are the leaders of men going to do about it? Will they try again the old gospel of self-sacrifice? But a world fed on self-sacrifice is a world of lies, a world choking with the stench of hypocrisy. To preach self-sacrifice is not to solve, it is precisely to shirk the problem of ethics, the problem of eliminating individual self-sacrifice while preserving social stability, the problem of reconciling the individual as such with the individual as citizen. Or will our leaders try to replace superstition with an extended physical compulsion, making the policeman and the prison do all the work of social coordination? But surely compulsion is a last resort, not because it is wrong, but because it is inexpedient, because it rather cuts than unties the knot, because it produces too much friction to allow of movement. Compulsion is warranted when there is question of preventing the interference of one individual or group with another, but it is a poor instrument for the establishment or maintenance of ideals. Suppose we stop moralizing. Suppose we reduce regimentation. Suppose we begin to define our terms. Suppose we let people know quite simply, and not in academies, that moral codes are born not in heaven but in social needs. And suppose we set about finding a way of spreading intelligence so that individual treachery to real communal interest and communal exploitation of individual allegiance may both appear on the surface, as they are at bottom, unintelligently suicidal. Is that too much to hope for? Perhaps. But then again, it may be, the worth and meaning of life lie precisely in this, that there is still a possibility of organizing that experiment. Divyati, happiness and virtue. A word now about the last part of the Socratic formula. Intelligence equals virtue equals happiness. And this a word of warning. Remember that the virtue here spoken of is not the medieval virtue taught in Sunday schools. Surely our children must wonder, are we fools or liars when we tell them, be good and you will be happy? Better forget virtue and read simply, intelligence equals happiness. That appears more closely akin to the rough realities of life. Intelligence means ability to adapt, means to ends, and happiness means success in adapting means to ends. Happiness, then, varies with ability. Happiness is intelligence on the move, a pervasive physiological tonus accompanying the forward movement of achievement. It is not the consciousness of virtue, that is not happiness, but snobbery. And similarly, remorse is, in the intelligent man, not the consciousness of sin, but the consciousness of a past stupidity. So far as you fail to win your real ends, you are unhappy, and have proved unintelligent. But the preacher says, he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. True enough, if the increment of knowledge is the correction of a past error, the sorrow is a penalty paid for the error, not for the increase of knowledge. True, too, that intelligence does not consistently lessen conflicts, and that it discloses a new want for every want it helps to meet. But the joy of life lies not so much in the disappearance of difficulties as in the overcoming of them. Not so much in the diminution of conflict as in the growth of achievement. Surely it is time we had an ethic that stressed achievement rather than quiescence. And further, intelligence must not be thought of as the resignation of disillusionment, the consciousness of impotence. Intelligence is to be conceived of in terms of adaptive activity, of movement towards an end, of coordinated self-expression and behavior. Finally, it is but fair to interpret the formula as making happiness and intelligence coincide only so far as the individual's happiness depends on his own conduct. The causes of unhappiness may be an inherited deformity or an accident not admitting of provision. Such cases do not so much contradict as lie outside the formula. So far as your happiness depends on your activities, it will vary with the degree of intelligence you show. Act intelligently, and you will not know regret. Feel that you are moving on toward your larger ends, and you will be happy. Patavde, the Socratic challenge. But if individual and social health and happiness depend on intelligence rather than on virtue, and if the exaltation of intelligence was a cardinal element in the Athenian view of life, why did the Socratic ethic fail to save Athens from decay? And why did the supposedly intelligent Athenians hail this generous old Dr. Johnson of philosophy into court and sentence him to death? The answer is because the Athenians refused to make the Socratic experiment. They were intelligent, but not intelligent enough. They could diagnose the social malady, could trace it to the decay of supernatural moral norms, but they could not find a cure. They had not the vision to see that salvation lay not in the compulsory retention of old norms, but in the forging of new and better ones, capable of withstanding the shock of questioning and trial. What they saw was chaos, and like most statesmen, they longed above all things for order. They were not impressed by Socrates' allegiance to law, his cordial admission of the individual's obligations to the community for the advantages of social organization. They listened to the disciples, to Antisthenes, who laughed at patriotism, to Aristippus, who denounced all government, to Plato, scorner of democracy, and they attacked the master because, not to speak of pettier political reasons, it was he, they thought, who was the root of the evil. They could not see that this man was their ally and not their foe, that rescue for Athens lay in helping him rather than in sentencing him to die. And how well they could have helped him. For to preach intelligence is not enough. There remains to provide for everyone the instrumentalities of intelligence. What men needed, what Athenian statesmanship might have provided, was an organization of intelligence for intelligence, an organization of all the forces of intelligence in the state in a persistent intellectual campaign. If that could not save Athens, Athens could not be saved. But the myopic leaders of the Athenian state could not see salvation in intelligence, they could only see it in hemlock. And Socrates had to die. It will take a wise courage to accept the Socratic challenge, such courage as battlefields and Senate chambers are not wont to show. But unless that wise courage comes to us, our civilization will go as other civilizations have come and gone, kindled and put out like a flame in the night. Note, from a book whose interesting defense of the Socratic ethic from the standpoint of psychoanalysis was brought to the writer's attention after the completion of the foregoing essay. The Freudian ethics is a literal and concrete justification of the Socratic teaching. Truth is the sole moral sanction, and discrimination of hitherto unrealized facts is the one way out of every moral dilemma. Virtue is wisdom. Practical morality is the establishment, through discrimination, of consistent and not contradictory, mutually suppressive courses of action toward phenomena. The moral sanction lies always in facts presented by the phenomena, morality in the discrimination of those facts. Moral development is the progressive, lifelong integration of experience. The Freudian Wish and Its Place in Ethics by Edwin B. Holt, New York, 1915, pages 141, 145, 148. Chapter 2. Plato, Philosophy as Politics. First, the man and the artist. Why do we love Plato? Perhaps because Plato himself was a lover. Lover of comrades, lover of the sweet intoxication of dialectical revelry, full of passion for the elusive reality behind thoughts and things. We love him for his unstinted energy, for the wildly nomadic play of his fancy, for the joy which he found in life in all its unredeemed and adventurous complexity. We love him because he was alive every minute of his life and never ceased to grow. Such a man can be loved even for the errors he has made. But above all, we love him because of his high passion for social reconstruction through intelligent control, because he retained throughout his 80 years that zeal for human improvement which is for most of us the passing luxury of youth. because he conceived philosophy as an instrument not merely for the interpretation, but for the remolding of the world. He speaks of himself through Socrates as almost the only Athenian living who sets his hand to the true art of politics. I am the only politician of my time. Philosophy was for him a study of human possibilities in the light of human realities and limitations. His daily food consisted of the problems of human relations and endeavors, problems of liberty versus order, of sex relations and the family, of ideals of character and citizenship and the educational approaches to those ideals, problems of the control of population, of heredity and environment, of art and morals. With all his liking for the poetry of mysticism, philosophy nonetheless was to him preeminently an adventure in this world, and unlike ourselves, who follow one or another of his many leads, he sailed virginal seas. Every reader in every age has called him modern, but what age can there be to which Plato will not still be modern? Plato was 28 when Socrates died, and though he was not present at the drinking of the hemlock, yet the passing of the master must have been a tragic blow to him. It brought him face to face with death, the mother of metaphysics. Proudest of all philosophers, he did not hide his sense of debt to Socrates. I thank the gods, he said, that I was born freeman, not slave, Greek, not barbarian, man, not woman, but above all that I was born in the time of Socrates. The old philosopher gone, Athens became for a time intolerable to Plato. Some say Plato to Athens, and the young philosopher sailed off to see foreign shores and take nourishment of other cultures. He liked the peaceful orderliness and aged dignity with which a long dominant priesthood had invested Egypt. Beside this mellow civilization, he was willing to be told the culture of his native Athens was but a precarious ethnological sport. He liked the Pythagoreans of southern Italy, with their aristocratic approach to the problem of social construction and their communal devotion to plain living and high thinking. Above all, he liked their emphasis on harmony as the fundamental pervasive relation of all things, and as the ideal in which our human discords might be made to resolve themselves, had men artistry enough. Other lands he saw and learnt from. Stories tell how he risked his handsome head to build an ideal state in Syracuse, how he was sold into slavery and redeemed by a friend, and how he passed down through Palestine even to India, absorbing the culture of their peoples with a kind of osmotic genius. And at last, after 12 years of wandering, he heard again the call of Athens and went home, stored with experience and ripe with thought. Arrived now at the midpoint of his life, he turned to the task of self-expression. Should he join one of the political parties and try to make the government of Athens a picture of his thought? Perhaps he felt that his thought was not yet definite enough for that. Politics requires answers in yes or no, and philosophy deals only in yes and no. He hesitated to join a party or pledge himself to a dogma, and was prepared to be hated by all parties alike for this hesitation. Aristocracy was in his blood, and he would not stoop to conquer by a plebiscite. He thought of turning to the stage, as Euripides had done, and teaching through the mask. In his youth he had written plays, and smiled now to think how he had hoped to rival Aristophanes. But there were too many limitations here, of religious subject and dramatic form. Plato's philosophy was a thing of ever-broadening borders, and could not be cramped into a ceremony. But neither was his philosophy an arid academic affair, to be written down as one places in order the bones of a skeleton. It was vibrantly alive, it was itself a drama and a religion. Why should there not be a drama of idea as well as of action? Had not the play of thought its tragedies and comedies? Was not philosophy, after all, a matter of life and death? In such a juncture of desires came that fusion of drama and philosophy which we know as Plato's dialogues, assuredly the finest production in all the history of philosophy. Here was just the instrument for a man whose thought had not congealed into dogmas and a system. All genius is heterogeneous. A great man is a sum of many men. Let the soul give its selves a voice, and it will speak in dialogue. Just instrument, too, for a man who wished to play with the varied possibilities of speculation, who cared to clarify his own mind rather than to give forth finalities where life itself was so blind and inconclusive. A conclusion is too often but the point at which thought has lost its wind, being not so much a solution of the problem as a dissolution of thought. Hence the riotous play of the imagination in Plato, lively game of trial and error, merry-go-round of thought. Here is imagery squandered with lordly abandon. Here is humour such as one misses in our ponderous modern philosophers. Here is no system but all systems. Here is one abounding fountainhead of European thought. Here is prose strong and beautiful as the great temples where Greek joy disported itself in marble. Here literary prose is born, and born adult. Dusra, how to solve the social problem. To understand Plato, one must remember the Pythagorean motif. Harmony is the heart of Plato's metaphysics, of his psychological and educational theory, of his ethics and his politics. To feel such harmony as there is, and to make such harmony as may be, that to Plato is the meaning of philosophy. We observe this at the outset in the more mystified than mystifying theory of ideas. Obviously, the theory of ideas belongs to Socrates. The Platonic element is a theory not of ideas so much as of ideals. Socrates wants truth, but Plato wants beauty, harmony. Socrates is bent on argument and points you to a concept. Plato is a poet with a vision and points you to the picture that he sees. Understanding, says Plato, is of the earth earthly, but poetic vision is divine. Hence the maze of quibbling in the dialogues. It is Plato and not Socrates who is culprit here. Reasoning was an alien art to Plato. Try as he might to become a mathematician, he remained always a poet, and perhaps most so when he dealt with numbers. Dialectic was in Plato's day a recent invention. He plays with it like a youth in the breakers, letting it now raise him to heights of ecstatic vision, and now bury him in the deadliest logic chopping. But, let us not doubt it, he knows when he is logic chopping. He goes on, partly that he may paint his picture, partly for the mere joy of parrying pros and cons. This new game, he feels, is a sport for the gods. Let us smile at the heavy seriousness of those who suppose that this man meant everything he said. No one does, but least of all men Plato, who hardly taught except in parables. What is the heaven of the ideas but a poet's way of saying that the constancies observable in the relations among things are not identical with the things themselves, but have a reality and permanence of their own? So we phrase it in our own distinguished verbiage. But Plato prefers, as ever, to draw a picture. And notice, in this picture, the ever-present reference to social needs. What is a concept, after all, but a scheme for the conservation of mental resources, an instrument of prediction, a method of control? Without the power to form concepts, we could never turn experience to use. It would slip between our fingers. We should be like the maidens condemned to carry water in a sieve. The idea of anything is the sum of its observed constancies of behavior, hence the medium of our adaptation and control. To have ideas of things is to know the map or plan of things. It is to see tendencies, directions, and results. It is to know how to use things. That is why knowledge is power. Every idea is a tool with which to bend the world to serve our will. And that, too, is why the ideas are real. They have power, and anything which possesses any sort of power is real. All this, as was said, is but an embellishment of the Socratic doctrine that salvation lies in brains. But Plato rushes on. Not only may everything be brought under a concept, an idea, but it may be brought under a perfect form, an ideal. Things are not what they might be. Men are not such as men might be. States are often sorry states. Beds might be more ideal beds. Even dirt could be more perfectly dirt. To all things that are, there correspond perfect ideals of what they might be in a thoroughly harmonious world. To say that these ideals are real, that they exist, is only to claim for them that they are operative and get results. Whether his supernaturalism was only part of his political theory, others may dispute. Let it suffice us at present that Plato believed that the ideals could and did operate through human agency. The distinctive thing about man is that perceiving the thing that is, he can conceive the thing that might be. He is the forward-looking, ideal-making animal. Through him, if he but will it, proceeds creation. The brute may be a thinker, but man may be also an artist. Out of the abundance of the sexual instinct, as Plato implies in the Symposium, emerges this ideal-seeking and making quality, from which come art and ethics and religion. William Morris looks at a slum and conceives utopia, and forthwith begins to make for utopia, even though the road lead him through a jail. Is it that William Morris loves humanity? Not at all. He loves beauty and his dream. He is uncomfortable with all this dirt and despair before him. It is his fortune or misfortune that he cannot see these slums without falling thrall to a vision of better things. So with most of us, reformers, we wish to change things, not because we love our fellows much more than conservatives do, nor because we believe that happiness varies with income, but because we hear the call of the beautiful and see in the mind's eye another form wherein the world might come more pleasingly to sight. What we have to do, says Plato, is to make people conceive a better world, so that they may see this world as ugly and may strive to reshape it. We must conceive the perfect forms of things and batter this poor world till it reform itself and take these perfect shapes. To learn to see, and seeing learn to make, these perfect forms. That is the task of philosophers. To make philosophers, that is the social problem. Third, on making philosopher kings. IT is simple, isn't it? Give us enough philosophers, and the beautiful city will walk out of the picture into the fact. But how make philosophers? And perhaps there is a perfect form for philosophers too. How shall we see, and seeing learn to make, the perfect philosopher? Let us not worry about this little matter of dialectics, says Plato. We know quite well some of the things we must do in order that we may have more and greater philosophers. It is quite clear that one thing we must do is to give our best brains to education. Is that trite? Not at all. Do we give our best brains to education? Do we offer more to our ministers or commissioners of education than to our presidents, or governors, or mayors, or bank presidents, or pugilists? Or do we honor them more? When Plato says that the office of Minister of Education is of all the great offices of state the greatest, and that the citizens should elect their very best man to this office, he is not pronouncing a platitude. He is making a radical, a revolutionary proposition. It has never been done, and it will not soon be done. For men, naturally enough, are more interested in making money than in making philosophers. And yet, says Plato, gently but resolutely, we may as well understand that until we give our best brains to the problem of making philosophers, our much ado about social ills will amount to noise and wind, and nothing more. How charming people are, he writes, drawing an analogy between the individual and the body politic. They are always doctoring, and thereby increasing and complicating their disorders, fancying they will be cured by some nostrum which somebody advises them to try, never getting better, but always growing worse. Are they not as good as a play, trying their hand at legislation, and imagining that by reforms they will make an end to the dishonesties and rascalities of mankind, not knowing that they are in reality cutting away at the heads of a hydra? Notice that the aim of the educational process is, for Plato, not so much the general spread of intelligence as the discovery and development of the superior man. This conception of the task of the educator appears again and again in later thought. We hear it in the 19th century, for example, in Carlyle's hero, Schopenhauer's genius, and Nietzsche's Superman. It is very naive, thinks Plato, to look to the masses as the source and hope of social improvement. The proper function of the masses is to toil as cheerfully as may be for the development and support of the genius who will make them happy, so far as they are capable of happiness. To aim directly at the elevation of all is to open the door to mediocrity and futility, to find and nurse the potential genius. That is an end worthy the educator's subtle art. Now, if you are going to discover genius in the bud, you must above all things handle your material, at the outset at least, with tender care. You must not overflow with prohibitions or indulge yourself too much in the luxury of punishments. Mother and father and nurse and tutor set to quarrelling about the improvement of the child as soon as ever he is able to understand them. He cannot say or do anything without their setting forth to him that this is just and that unjust, this honourable and that dishonourable, this holy and that unholy, do this and don't do that. And if he obeys, well and good. If not, he is straitened by threats and blows, like a piece of warped wood. Suppress here, and you get expression there. Often enough, abnormal expression. Better have no hard mould of uniformity and conformity wherein to crush and deform each differently aspiring soul. Think twice before forcing your isms and ologies upon the child. His own desires will be your best curriculum. The elements of instruction, writes Plato in a too little noticed passage, should be presented to the mind in childhood, but without any notion of forcing them. For a freeman ought to be a freeman in the acquisition of knowledge. Bodily exercise, when compulsory, does no harm, but knowledge which is acquired under compulsion has no hold on the mind. Therefore do not use compulsion, but let early education be a sort of amusement. That will better enable you to find out the natural bent. There is a stroke of Plato's genius here. It is a point which we laggards are coming to after some 2,300 years. To find out the natural bent, to catch the spark of divine fire before conformity can put it out, that is the beginning and yet the summit of the educator's task, the initium dimidium facti. In this search for genius all souls shall be tried. Education must be universal and compulsory. Children belong not to parents, but to the state and to the future, and education cannot begin too early. Cleinias, asking whether education should begin at birth, is astonished to be answered, "No, before." And if Plato could have his way, no doubt there would be a realization of Dr. Holmes's suggestion that a man's education should begin 2,000 years before he is born. The chief concern at the outset will be to develop the body and not to fill the soul with letters. Let the child be taught his letters at 10, but not before. Music will share with gymnastics the task of rounded development. The boy who tells his teacher that the athletic field is as important and necessary a part of education as the lecture room is right. How shall we find a gentle nature which has also great courage? Music mixed with athletics will do it. I am quite aware that your mere athlete becomes too much of a savage, and that the musician is melted and softened beyond what is good for him. There is a determination here that even the genius shall be healthy. Plato will not tolerate the notion that to be a genius one needs to be sick. Let the genius have his say, but let him too be reminded that he is no disembodied spirit. And let art take care lest its vaunted purgation be a purgation of our strength and manhood. Poetry and soft music may make men slaves. No man shall bother with music after the age of 16. At 20, a general test will weed out those who give indication that further educative labor will be wasted on them. The others will go on for another decade, and a second test will eliminate those who will in the meantime have reached the limit of their capacities for development. The final survivors will then, and not before, be introduced to philosophy. They must not be allowed to taste the dear delight too early. That is a thing especially to be avoided. For young men, as you may have observed, when they first get the taste in their mouths, argue for amusement, and are always contradicting and refuting, like puppy dogs that delight to tear and pull at all who come near them. And when they have made many conquests and received defeats at the hands of many, they violently and speedily get into a way of not believing anything that they believed before, and hence not only they, but philosophy generally, have a bad name with the rest of the world. 5 happy years are given to the study of philosophy. Gradually, the student learns to see the universal behind the particular, to judge the part by relating it to the whole. The fragments of his experience fall into a harmonious philosophy of life. The sciences which he has learned are now united as a consistent application of intelligence to life. Indeed, the faculty of uniting the sciences and focusing them on the central problems of life is precisely the criterion of the true philosopher. But involved in this is a certain practical quality, a sense for realities and limitations. One must study books and men. One should read much, but live more. So Plato legislates that his new philosophers shall spend the years from 35 to 50 in the busy din of practical life. They must, in his immortal image, go back into the cave. The purpose of higher education is to detach us for a time from the life of action, but only so that we may later return to it with a better perspective. To be put for a goodly time upon one's own resources, to butter one's own bread for a while, that is an almost indispensable prerequisite to greatness. Out of such a test, men come with the scars of many wounds, but to those who are not fools, every scar is the mark of a lesson learned. And now here are our philosophers, ripe and 50, hardened by the tests of learning and of life. What shall we do with them? Put them away in a lecture room and pay no further attention to them. Give them, as their life work, the problem of finding how Spinosa deduces, or fails to deduce, the many from the one. Have them fill learned esoteric journals with unintelligible jargon about the finite and the infinite, or space and time, or the immateriality of roast beef. No, says Plato, let them govern the state. Did Plato mean it? Was he so enraged at the state murder of the most beloved of philosophers that he forearmed himself against such a contretemps in his utopia by making the philosophers supreme? Was it only his magnificent journalistic revenge? Was it merely his reaction to the observed cramping and mediocritization of superior intellects in a democracy? Was it but Plato's dramatic way of emphasizing the Socratic plea for intelligence as the basis of morals and social life? Perhaps all this, but much more. It was his sober judgment, it was the influence of the Egyptian priesthood and the Pythagorean brotherhood coming to the surface in him. It was the long accumulated deposit of the stream of his personal experience. We have to remember here that by philosopher Plato does not mean Immanuel Kant. He means a living being, a man like Seneca or Francis Bacon, a man in whom knowledge is fused with action and keen perception joins with steady hand, a man who has had not only the teaching of books, but the discipline of hard experience, a man who has learned with equal readiness to obey and to command, a man whose thought is coordinated by application to the vital problems of human society. Inasmuch as philosophers alone are able to grasp the eternal and unchangeable, and those who wander in the region of the many and variable are not philosophers, I must ask you which of the two kinds should be rulers of our state. Well then, until philosophers are kings, or the kings and princes of this world have the spirit and power of philosophy, cities will never cease from ill, nor the human race. That, of course, is the heart and soul of Plato. Fourth, dishonest democracy. Let us get back to the circumference and approach this same point by another route. I grant you, says Plato, that to have rulers at all is very disagreeable, and indeed we should not need to have them were it not for a regrettable but real porcine element in us. My own utopia is not an aristocracy, nor a democracy, nor any kind of an ocracy. It is what some of you would call an anarchist communism. I have described it very clearly in the second book of my Republic, but nobody cares to notice it, except to repeat my brother's jibe about it. But instead of this utopia of mine being a city of pigs, it is just because we are pigs that I had to give up painting this picture and turn to describing not only a state, but a luxurious state. I am still of opinion that the true state, which may be said to be a healthy constitution, is the one which I have described, and not the inflamed constitution to which I devoted the rest of my book, and which, in my opinion, is much more a city of pigs than the other. It is because people want to lie on sofas and dine off tables and have dainties and dessert in the modern fashion, and perfumes and incense and courtesans and cakes and gold and ivory, hunters and actors, musicians, players, dancers, tutors, servants, nurses wet and dry, barbers, confectioners and cooks, and hosts of animals, if people are to eat animals, and physicians, then a slice of neighbour's land, and then war. In short, it is because people are pigs that you must have soldiers and rulers and laws. But if you must have them, why not train your best men for the work, just as you train some to be doctors and others to be lawyers and others to be engineers? Think of taking a man's pills just because he can show a count of noses in his favor. Think of letting a man build the world's greatest bridge because he is popular. You accuse me of plagiarizing from Pythagoras, but in truth, you who believe in democracy are the Pythagoreans of politics. You believe in number as your god. Your equality is the equality of the unequal, and is all a matter of words and never of reality. Your liberty is anarchy. It is the congenital sickness wherein your democracy was conceived and delivered, and whereof it inevitably dies. Your freedom of speech is a license to lie. Your elections are a contest in flattery and prevarication. Your democracy is a theatrocracy, and woe to the genius who falls into your hands. Perhaps you like democracy because you are like democracy. All your desires are on a level. That you should respect some of them and discipline others is an idea that never enters your heads. It has never occurred to you that it takes more time and training to make a statesman than it does to make a bootblack. But statesmanship is something that can never be conferred by plebiscite. It must be pursued through the years and must find the privilege of office without submitting to a vote. Wisdom is too subtle a thing to be felt by the coarsened senses of the mob. Your industry is wonderful because it is shot through with specialization and training, but because you reject specialization and training in filling the offices of your government, the word politics has become dishonored in your mouths. And just because you will let anyone be your leader, no real man ever submits himself to your choice. Eindom, culture, and slavery. There is much exaggeration here, of course, as might be expected of one whose material and social concerns were bound up with the oligarchical party at Athens, whose friends and relatives had died in battle against the armies of the democracy, whose early years had seen the democratic mismanagement of the Peloponnesian War and the growth of a disorderly individualism in Athens. But there are also lessons here for those who are strong enough to learn even from their enemies. To press home these lessons at this point would take us too far afield. Our plan for the moment is to follow Plato's guidance until he has led us out into a clear view of his position. We shall suppose such a scheme of education as Plato desires. We shall suppose that a moderate number of those who entered the lists at birth have survived test after test, have tasted the dear delight of philosophy for 5 years, and have passed safely through the ordeal of practical affairs. These men and women, as we shall see, now automatically become the rulers of the Platonic state. Let us observe them in their work and in their lives. To the guardians it is a matter of first principles that the function of the state, and therefore their function, is a positive function. They are to lead the people, and not merely to serve as an umpire of disputes. They are the protagonists of a social evolution that has at last become conscious. They are resolved that henceforth social organization shall be a far-seeing plan and not a haphazard flux of expediencies of control. They know that they are asked to be experts in foresight and coordination. They will legislate accordingly and will no more think of asking the people what laws should be passed than a physician would ask the people what measures should be taken to preserve the public health. And first of all, they will control population. They will consider this to be the indispensable prerequisite to a planned development. The state must not be larger than is consistent with unity and with the efficacy of central control. People may mate as they will, that is their own concern, but they must understand quite clearly that procreation is an affair of the state. Children must be born not of love, but of science. Marriage will be a temporary relation, allowing frequent remating for the sake of beautiful offspring. Men shall not have children before 30, nor after 40. Deformed or incurably diseased children will be exposed to die. Children must leave their mothers at birth and be brought up by the state. Women must be freed from bondage to their children if women are to be real citizens, interested in the public weal and loving not a narrow family, but the great community. For women are to be citizens. It would be foolish to let half the people be withdrawn from interest in and service to the state. Women will receive all the educational advantages offered to men. They will even wrestle with them, naked, in the games. If any of them, and surely some of them will, pass all the tests, they shall be guardians too. People are to be divided, for political purposes, not by difference of sex, but by difference of capacity. Some women may be fit not for housekeeping, but for ruling. Let them rule. Some men may be fit not for ruling, but for housekeeping. Let them keep house. Without family, and without clearly ascertainable relationship between any man and any child, there can be no individual inheritance of property. The guardians will have all things in common, and without Tertullian's exception. Shut off from the possibility of personal bequests or of founding a family, the guardians will have no stimulus to laying up a hoard of material goods. Nay, they will not be moved to such hoarding by fear of the morrow, for a modest but sufficient maintenance will be supplied them by the working classes. There will be no money in use among them. They will live a hard, simple life, devoted to the problems of communal defense and development. Freed from family ties, from private property and luxury, from violence and litigation, and all distinctions of mine and thine, they will have no reason to oppress the workers in order to lay up stores for themselves. They will be happy in the exercise of their high responsibilities and powers. They will not be tempted to legislate for the good of their own class rather than for the good of the community. Their joy will lie in the creation of a prosperous and harmonious state. Under their direction will be the soldiers, also specially selected and trained and supported by the workers. But these workers, they will be those who have been eliminated in the tests. The demands of specialization will have condemned them to labor for those who have the gift of guidance. They shall have no voice in the direction of the state. That, as said, is a reward for demonstrated capacity, and not a natural right. Frankly, there are some people who are not fit to be other than slaves, and to varnish that fact with oratory about the dignity of labor is merely to give an instance of the indignities to which a democratic politician will descend. These workers are incapable of a subtler happiness than that of knowing that they are doing what they are fit to do and are contributing to the maintenance of communal prosperity. Such as they are, these workers, like the other members of the state, will find their highest possibilities of development in such an organized society, and to make sure that they will not rebel, they will have been taught by royal lies that their position and function in the state have been ordained by the gods. There is no sense in shivering at this quite judicious juggling with the facts. There are times when truth is a barrier to content and must be set aside. Physicians have been known to cure ailments with a timely lie. Labor stimulated by such deception may be slavery, if you wish to call it so. But it is the inevitable condition of order, and order is the inevitable condition of culture and communal success. Shortly, plasticity and order. But is it just? Someone asks. Perhaps there are other things than order to be considered. Perhaps this hunger for order is a disease, like the monistic hunger for unity. Perhaps it is a corollary to the a priori type of mind. Perhaps it is part of the philosopher's general inability to face a possibly irrational reality. Here, for order's sake, the greater part of the people must work in silence. They shall not utter their desires. Here, for order's sake, are sacrificed that communal plasticity, that freedom of variety, that happy looseness and changeability of structure, in which lie all the suggestion and potency of social reconstruction. If there is any lesson which shines out through all the kaleidoscope of history, it is that a political system is doomed to early death if its charter offer no provision and facility for its own reform. Plasticity is king. Human ideals change and leave nations, institutions, even gods, in their wake. Law and order in a state are not the cause of every good. They are the security of goods attained, but they may be also the hindrance of goods conceived. A state without freedom of criticism and variation is like a sailboat in a calm. It stands, but it cannot move. Such a state is a geometrical diagram, a perfect syllogism evolved out of impossible premises, and its own perfection is its refutation. In such a state, there could be no Plato, with a penchant for conceiving utopias, much less a Socrates, holding that a life uncriticized is unworthy of a man. It would be a state not for philosophers, but for priests. Very truly, its basis would not be dialectical clarity, but royal lies. Here is the supreme pessimism, the ultimate atheism of the aristocrat, that he does not believe in the final wholesomeness of truth. And surely something can be said for democracy. Granted that democracy is not a problem solved, but a problem added. It is at least a problem that time may help to clarify. Granted that men used to slavery cannot turn and wisely rule themselves. What is better than that they should, by inevitable trial and error, learn? Errando dissimus. Granted that physicians do not consult us in their prescriptions, but neither do they come to us before they are chosen and called. That the guardian should require another guardian to guard him is ridiculous indeed. But he would. Power corrupts unless it is shared by all. Cities cannot exist if a few only share in the virtues, as in the arts. To build your culture on the backs of slaves is to found your city on Vesuvius. Men will not be lied to forever, at least with the same lies. And to end with such a utopia, what is it but to yield to Thrasymachus, to arrange all things at last in the interest of the stronger? Is it just? Seventh, the meaning of justice. But what is justice? Asks Plato. Don't you see that our notion of justice is the very crux of the whole business? Is justice merely a matter of telling the truth? Nonsense. It may be well to have our children believe that, but those who are not children know that if a lie is a better instrument of achievement than the truth in some given juncture of events, then a lie is justified. Truth is a social value, and has its justification only in that. If untruth prove here and there of social value, then untruth is just. The confusion of justice with some absolute eternal law comes of a separation of ethics from politics and an attempt to arrive at a definition of justice from the study of individuals. But morals grow out of politics. Justice is essentially a political relation. And taking the state as a whole, it is clear that nothing is good unless it works. That it would be absurd to say that justice demands of a state that it should be ordered in such a way as to make for its own decay. Social organization must be effective, and lies and class divisions are justified if they make for the effectiveness of a political order. Surely social effectiveness forbids that men fit to legislate should live out their lives as cobblers, or that men should rule whose natural aptitude is for digging ditches. Justice means, for politics at least, that each member of society is minding his natural business, is doing that for which he is fitted by his own natural capacity. Injustice is the encroachment of one part on another. Justice is the efficient functioning of each part. Justice, then, is social coordination and harmony. It is not the interest of the stronger, it is the harmony of the whole. So in the individual, justice is the harmonious operation of a unified personality, each element in one's nature doing that which it is fitted to do. Again, it is not mere strength or forcefulness, but harmonious, organized strength. It is effective order. An effective order demands a class division. You may mouth as you please the delusive delicacies of democracy, but classes you will have, for men will always be some of gold, and some of silver, and some of brass. And the brass must not pass itself off as silver, nor the silver as gold. Give the brass all the time and opportunity in the world, and it will still be brass. Of course, brass will not believe that it is brass, but we had better make it understand once for all that it is so, even if we have to tell 1,000 lies to get the truth believed. And as for variation and plasticity, remember that these too are valueless except as they make for a better society. They assuredly make for change, but change is not betterment. History is a chaos of variations. Without some organ for their control, they cancel one another and terminate inevitably in futility. Our problem is not how to change, but how to set our best brains to controlling change for the sake of a finer life. Yetam, the future of Plato. There are aperçus here and a bewildering wealth of suggestions, which one is tempted to pursue to their ultimate present significance. But to do that would be to encroach too much on the subjects of later chapters. The vital thing here is not to accept or refute any special element in Plato's political philosophy. It is rather to see how inextricably politics and philosophy were bound together in his mind as two sides of fundamentally one endeavor. Here is the passion to remold things. Here is the seeing of perfection and the will to make perfection. Here speaks out for the first time in European history the courage of the intellect that not only will perceive, but will remake. Here is a man, no dead academic cobweb weaver, but a masterful, kingly soul, mixed up in warm intimacy with the complex flow of the life about him. He paints utopia, but at the same time, he takes his own counsel anent the importance of an educational approach to the social problem, and founds the most famous and influential university the world has ever seen. Picture him in the gardens and lecture halls of his academy, arranging and supervising and coordinating, and turning out men to whom nations looked, and not in vain, for statesmen. Not merely to lift men up to the beatific vision of unities and perfections, but to teach them the art of creation, to fire them with the ardor of a new artistry. This he aimed to do, and did. The greatest works grow in importance, as trees do after the death of the mortal men who planted them. So grew the Republic and the Academy. To catch in a chapter the deep yet subtle spirit and meaning of this finest product of antiquity, it is not easy. In Plato's Utopia, there would no doubt have been a law against writing so briefly on so vast a phenomenon, with, in this case, the inevitably consequent derangement of the Platonic perspective, and the impossibility, within such compass, of focusing Plato in the political and philosophical meaning of his time. One's feeling here is of having desecrated with small talk the Parthenon of philosophy. Perhaps as we go on, we shall be able to see more clearly the still living value of Plato's thought. In almost everything that we shall hereinafter discuss his voice will be heard, even though unnamed. Today, at last, he comes again into his own, as in Renaissance days, after centuries dominated by the influence of his first misinterpreter, and generations bred on the throned lukewarmness of the Nicomachean ethics yield to a generation that is learning to feel the hot constructive passion of the Republic. Dead these 2,000 and some 100 years, Plato belongs to the future. Chapter 3. Francis Bacon and the Social Possibilities of Science. First, from Plato to Bacon. As I read Plato, writes Professor Dewey, philosophy began with some sense of its essentially political basis and mission, a recognition that its problems were those of the organization of a just social order. But it soon got lost in dreams of another world. Plato and Aristotle are the crura cerebri of Europe. But in Aristotle, along with a wealth of acute observation of men and institutions, we find a diminishing interest in reconstruction. The Stagirite spent too much of his time in card cataloguing Plato and allowed his imagination to become suffocated with logic. With the Stoics and Epicureans begin that alienation of ethics from politics and that subordination of philosophy to religious needs which it is part of the task of present thinking to undo. Alexander had conquered the Orient only to have Orientalism conquer Greece. Under scholasticism, it was the fate of great minds to retrace worn paths in the cage of a system of conclusions determined by external authority, and the obligation to uphold the established precluded any practical recognition of the reconstructive function of thought. With the Renaissance, that Indian summer of Greek culture, the dream of a remolded world found voice again. Campanella, through the darkness of his prison cell, achieved the vision of a communist utopia, and other students of the rediscovered Plato painted similar pictures. Indeed, this reawakening of Plato's influence gave to the men of the Renaissance an inspiriting sense of the wonders that lay potential in organized intelligence. Again, men faced the task of replacing with a natural ethic the falling authoritarian sanctions of supernatural religion. And for a time one might have hoped that the thought of Socrates was to find at last its due fruition. But again, men lost themselves in the notion of a cultured class moving leisurely over the backs of slaves, and perhaps it was well that the whole movement was halted by the more Puritan but also more democratic outburst of the Reformation. What the world needed was a method which offered hope for the redemption not of a class, but of all. Galileo and Roger Bacon opened the way to meeting this need by their emphasis on the value of hypothesis and experiment and the necessity of combining induction with deduction. It remained for Francis Bacon to lay out the road for the organized employment of these new methods and to inspire all Europe with his warm vision of their social possibilities. Dusra character. If you would understand Bacon, you must see him as not so much a philosopher as an administrator. You find him a man of great practical ability. He remolds philosophy with one hand and rules part of England with the other, not to speak of writing Shakespeare's plays between times. He rises brilliantly from youthful penury to the political pinnacle, and meanwhile he runs over the whole realm of human knowledge, scattering praise and censure with lordly hand. Did we not know the fact as part of the history of England, we should never suspect that the detailed and varied learning of this man was the incidental accomplishment of a life busied with political intrigue. Bene vixit qui bene latuit. Surely here is a man who has lived widely, and in no merely physical sense has made the world his home. Life is no brief candle to him, nor men such stuff as dreams are made of. Life is a glorious gift, big with blessing for him who will but assist at the delivery. There is nothing of the timid ascetic about him. Like Socrates, he knows that there is a sort of cowardice in shunning pleasure. Best of all, there is so much work to be done, so many opportunities for the man of unnarrowed soul. He feels the exhilaration of one who has burst free from the shackles of intellectual authority. He sees before him an uncharted future, raw material for hands that dare to mold it, and he dares. All his life long he is mixed up with the heart of things. Every day is an adventure. Exiled from politics, he plunges gladly into the field of scientific reconstruction. He does not forget that he is an administrator, any more than Plato could forget that he was a dramatist. He finds the world of thought a chaos and bequeaths it a planful process for the coordination of human life. All Europe responds to his call for the enlarging of the bounds of human empire. He works joyfully and buoyantly to the very last, and dies as he has wished, in an earnest pursuit which is like one that is wounded in hot blood, who, for the time, scarce feels the hurt. Third, the expurgation of the intellect. Consider the reaction of an experienced statesman who leaves the service of a king to enter the service of truth. He has left a field wherein all workers moved in subordination to one head and one focal purpose. He enters a field in which each worker is working by himself, with no division of labor, no organization of endeavor, no correlation of ends. There he has found administration, here he finds a naive laissez-faire. There order, here anarchy. There some sense of common end and effort, here none. He understands at once the low repute of philosophy among men of affairs. For the people are very apt to contemn truth upon account of the controversies raised about it, and so think those all in a wrong way who never meet. He understands at once why it is that the world has been so little changed by speculation and research. He is a man whose consciousness of pervasive human misery is too sharp for comfort, and he sees no hope of remedy for this in isolated guerrilla attacks waged upon the merest outposts of truth, each attack with its jealously peculiar strategy, its own dislocated, almost irrelevant end. And yet if there is no remedy for men's ills in this nascent science and renascent philosophy, in what other quarter, then, shall men look for hope and cure? There is no other, Bacon feels, unless victory is first won in the laboratory, and the study it will never be won in political assemblies. No plebiscite or royal edict, but only truth can make men free. Man's hope lies in the reorganization of the processes of discovery and interpretation. Unless philosophy and science be born again of social aims and social needs, they cannot have life in them. A new spirit must enter. But first, old spirits must be exercised. Speculation and research must bring out a declaration of independence against theology. The corruption of philosophy by superstition and an admixture of theology is widely spread and does the greatest harm. The search for final causes, for design in nature, must be left to theologians. The function of science is not to interpret the purposes of nature, but to discover the connections of cause and effect in nature. Dogma must be set aside. If a man will begin with certainties, he shall end in doubts. But if he will be content to begin in doubts, he shall end in certainties. Dogma must be set aside too, because it necessitates deduction as a basic method, and deduction as a basic method is disastrous. But that is not all. There is much more in the way of preliminaries. There must be a general expurgation of the intellect. The mind is full, some would say made up, of prejudices, wild fancies, idols, or imaginings of things that are not so. If you are to think correctly, usefully, all these must go. Try, then, to get as little of yourself as possible in the way of the thing you wish to see. Beware of the very general tendency to put order and regularity in the world, and then to suppose that they are native to the structure of things, or to force all facts into the unyielding mould of a preconceived opinion, carefully neglecting all contrary instances, or to give too credulous an ear to that which flatters the wish. Look into yourself and see the forest of prejudices that has grown up within you, through your temperamental attitudes, through your education, through your friends. Friendship is so often an agreement in prejudices, through your favorite authors and authorities. If you find yourself seizing and dwelling on anything with particular satisfaction, hold it in suspicion. Beware of words, for they are imposed according to the apprehension of the crowd. Make sure that you do not take abstractions for things. And remind yourself occasionally that you are not the measure of all things, but their distorting mirror. So much by way of clearing the forest. Comes then induction as the fount and origin of all truth. Patient induction, obedient to the call of fact, and with watchful eye for above all things the little unwelcome instance that contradicts. Not that induction is everything, it includes experiment, of course, and is punctuated by hypothesis. More, it is clearly but the servant of deduction, since the aim of all science is to predict by deduction from generalizations formed by induction. But just as clear is it that the efficacy of the whole business lies grounded in the faithfulness of the induction. Induction is servant, but it has all men at its mercy. And to formulate methods of induction, to surround the process by mechanical guards, to protect it from the premature flights of young generalizations, that is a matter of life and death to science. Fourth, knowledge is power. And now, armed with these methods of procedure, we stand face to face with nature. What shall we ask her? Prudens quaestio dimidium scientiae. To know what to ask is half of every science. You must ask for laws, or, to use a Platonic term, forms. In every process there is matter and there is form, the matter being the seat of the process or operation, and the form its method or law. Though in nature nothing really exists besides individual bodies, performing pure individual acts according to a fixed law, yet in philosophy the very law and the investigation, discovery and explanation of it is the foundation as well of knowledge as of operation. And it is this law, with its clauses, that I mean when I speak of forms. Not so much what a thing is, but how it behaves. That is the question. And what is more, if you will examine your conception of a thing, you will see that it is really a conception of how the thing behaves. Every what is at last a how. Every thing is a machine, whose essence or meaning is to be found not by a mere description of its parts, but by an account of how it operates. How does it work? Asked the boy before a machine. See to it that you ask the same question of nature. For observe, if you know how a thing works, you are on the way to managing and controlling it. Indeed, a form can be defined as those elements in a process which must be known before the process can be controlled. Here we see the meaning of science. It is an effort to discover the laws which must be known in order that the mind may exercise her power over the nature of things. Science is the formulation of control. Knowledge is power. The object of science is not merely to know, but to rebuild. Every science longs to be an art. The quest for knowledge, then, is not a matter of curiosity. It is a fight for power. We put nature on the rack and compel her to bear witness against herself. Where this conception reigns, logic chopping is out of court. The end of our new logic is to find not arguments, but arts, not probable reasons, but plans and designs of works, to overcome not an adversary in argument, but nature in action. But there is logic chopping in other things than logic. All strife of men with men, of group with group if it leaves no result beyond the victory and passing supremacy of the individual or group is logic chopping. Such victories pass from side to side and cancel themselves into final nullity. Real achievement is victory, not over other men, but with them. It will not be amiss to distinguish the three kinds, and as it were grades, of ambition in mankind. The first is of those who desire to extend their own power in their native country, which kind is vulgar and degenerate. The second is of those who labour to extend the power of their country and its dominion among men. This certainly has more dignity, though not less covetousness. But if a man endeavour to establish and extend the power and dominion of the human race over the universe, his ambition is without doubt both a more wholesome thing and a more noble than the other two. The empire of man over things depends wholly on the arts and sciences, for we cannot command nature except by obeying her. Aindam, the socialization of science. Natura non vincitur nisi parendo. I accept the universe, says Margaret Fuller. Gad, you'd better, says Carlyle. I accept it, says Bacon, but only as raw material. We will listen to nature, but only that we may learn what language she understands. We stoop to conquer. There is nothing impossible, but thinking makes it so. By far the greatest obstacle to the progress of science and the undertaking of new tasks is found in this, that men despair and think things impossible. If therefore anyone believes or promises more, they think this comes of an ungoverned and unripened mind. There is nothing that we may not do, if we will, but we must will, and must will the means as well as the end. Would we have an empire of man over nature? Very well, organize the arts and sciences. Consider what may be expected from men abounding in leisure, and from association of labours, and from successions of ages. The rather because it is not a way over which only one man can pass at a time, as is the case with that of reasoning, but within which the labours and industries of men, especially as regards the collecting of experience, may with the best effort be distributed and then combined. For then only will men begin to know their strength, when instead of great numbers doing all the same things, one shall take charge of one thing and another of another. There should be more cooperation, less chaotic rivalry in research, and the cooperation should be international. The various universities of the world, so far as they engage in research, should be like the different buildings of a great manufacturing plant, each with its own particular specialty and quest. Is it not remarkable how little sympathy and correspondence exists between colleges and universities, as well throughout Europe as in the same state and kingdom? Why cannot all the research in the world be coordinated into one unified advance? Perhaps the truth-seekers would be unwilling, but has that been shown? And is the number of willing cooperators too small to warrant further effort? How can we know without the trial? Grant that the genius would balk at some external central direction, but research, after all, is seldom a matter of genius. The course I propose is such as leaves but little to the acuteness and strength of wits, but places all wits and understandings nearly on the level. Let scope and freedom be amply provided for the genius. It is the work of following up the aperçus of genius that most sorely needs coordination. Organization of research means really the liberation of genius, liberation from the halting necessities of mechanical repetition in experiment. Nor is coordination regimentation. Let each man follow his hobby to whatever university has been assigned to the investigation of that particular item. Liberty is futility unless it is organized. It is a plan, you see, for the socialization of science. It is a large and royal vision. To make it real involves, indeed, opera basilica. It is the business of a king, towards which the endeavours of one man can be but as the sign on a crossroad, which points out the way but cannot tread it. It will need such legislative appropriations as are now granted only to the business of competitive destruction on land and sea. As the secretaries and spies of princes and states bring in bills for intelligence, so you must allow the spies and intelligences of nature to bring in their bills, if you would not be ignorant of many things worthy to be known. And if Alexander placed so large a treasure at Aristotle's command for the support of hunters, fowlers, fishers, and the like, In much more need do they stand of this beneficence who unfold the labyrinths of nature. Shosti, science, and utopia. Such an organization of science is Bacon's notion of utopia. He gives us in the New Atlantis, in plain, strong prose, a picture of a state in which this organization has reached the national stage. It is a state nominally ruled by a king. Bacon never forgets that he is a loyal subject and counsellor of James III. But preeminent amongst the excellent acts of the king was the erection and institution of an order or society which we call Solomon's House, the noblest foundation, as we think, that ever was upon the earth, and the lantern of this kingdom. It is dedicated to the study of the nature of all things. Every 12 years this order sends out to all parts of the world merchants of light, men who remain abroad for 12 years, gather information and suggestions in every field of art and science, and then, the next expedition having brought men to replace them, return home laden with books, instruments, inventions, and ideas. Thus, you see, we maintain a trade not for gold, silver, or jewels, nor for silk, nor for spices, nor for any other commodity or matter, but only for God's first creation, which was light. Meanwhile, at home there is a busy army filling many laboratories, experimenting in zoology, medicine, dietetics, chemistry, botany, physics, and other fields. There are, in addition to these men, 3 that collect the experiments in all the books, 3 that try new experiments, 3 that tabulate the results of the experimenters, 3 that look into the experiments of their fellows and cast about how to draw out of them things of use for man's life, 3 that direct new experiments, 3 that from the results draw up observations, axioms, and aphorisms. We imitate also the flights of birds. We have some degree of flying in the air. We have ships and boats for going under water. And the purpose of it all, he says, with fine Baconian ring, is the enlarging of the bounds of human empire to the effecting of all things possible. 7th, scholasticism in science. This is the voice of the Renaissance, speaking with some method to its music. It is the voice of Erasmus rather than that of Luther, but it is the voice of a larger and less class-bound vision than that which moved the polite encomiast of folly. Such minds as were not lost in the religious turmoil of the time responded to Bacon's call for a new beginning. A sense of liberation, of new destinies pulsates in that generation at Bacon's touch. Bacon says, and with justice, that he rang the bell which called the wits together. When, in 1660, a group of London savants formed the Royal Society, it was from Bacon that they took their inspiration, and from the House of Solomon, part of their plan of organization. Diderot and d'Alembert acknowledged the impetus given by their reading of Bacon to the adventurous enterprise which completed and distributed the Encyclopédie despite the prohibition of the king. Today, after 200 years of Cartesian futility about mind and body and the problem of knowledge, the Baconian emphasis on the socially reconstructive function of thought renews its power and appeal. The world returns to Socrates, to Plato, and to Bacon. But with some measure of wholesome disillusionment, these last 2 centuries have told us that science, unaided, cannot solve our social problem. We have invented, and with what result? The gap between class and class has so widened during these inventive years that there are now not classes but castes. Social harmony is a matter of brief interludes in a drama more violent than any ever mimicked on the stage. Men trained and accomplished in science, like Prince Kropotkin, abandon it on the score that it has turned its back on the purpose that gave it vitality and worth. What is the purpose of science? What do scientists consider to be the purpose of science? The laboratories are crowded with men who have no inkling of any other than a purely material reconstruction as the function of their growing knowledge. Specialization has so divided science that hardly any sense of the whole survives. The ghosts of scholasticism, of a pursuit of knowledge divorced from its social end, hover about the microscopes and test tubes of the scientific world, and the upshot of it all is that to them who have, more is given. Let Bacon speak here. There is another great and powerful cause why the sciences have made but little progress, which is this. It is not possible to run a course aright when the goal itself has not been rightly placed. Sciences with obvious social functions have languished through lapse of all sense of direction, all feeling of focus. Psychology, for example, is but now reviving under the stimulus of men who dared to stir the earth a little about the roots of this science, because they had perceived its purpose and meaning in the drama of reconstruction. The blunt truth is that unless a scientist is also a philosopher, with some capacity to see things sub specie totius, unless he can come out of his hole into the open, he is not fit to direct his own research. As no perfect discovery can be made upon a flat or level, neither is it possible to discover the more remote and deeper parts of any science, if you stand but upon the level of the same science and ascend not to a higher science. Before it can be of real service to life, science must be enlightened by some discrimination of values, some consideration and fitting together of human ends. Without philosophy as its eyepiece, science is but the traditional child who has taken apart the traditional watch, with none but the traditional results. There is more to this indictment. Science has been organized, though very imperfectly, for research. It has been organized hardly at all for social application and control. The notion that science can be used in conserving the vital elements of order and at the same time facilitating experimental and progressive change is but beginning to walk about. Indeed, the employment and direction of scientific ability in the business of government is still looked upon as a doubtful procedure. To say that the administration of municipal affairs, for example, is to be given over to men trained in the social sciences rather than to men artful in trapping votes with oratorical molasses is still a venture into the loneliness of heresy. Again let Bacon speak, who was administrator and philosopher in one. It is wrong to trust the natural body to empirics who commonly have a few receipts whereon they rely, but who know neither the causes of the disease, nor the constitution of patients, nor the danger of accidents, nor the true methods of cure. And so it must needs be dangerous to have the civil body of states managed by empirical statesmen, unless well mixed with others who are grounded in learning. On the contrary, it is almost without instance that any government was unprosperous under learned governors. Plato over again, you say? Yes. Just as Greek philosophy is the dough with which modern philosophers have baked their bread, kneading it over and over again, so this vital doctrine of the application of the best available intelligence to the problem of social order and development must be restated in every generation, until at last the world may see its truth and merit exemption from its repetition. Yetam, the Asiatics of Europe. But the place of Bacon in the continuum of history is hardly stated by connecting him with Plato. Conceive of him rather as a new protagonist in the long epic of intelligence. Another blow struck in the seemingly endless war between magic and science, between supernaturalism and naturalism, between the spirit of worship and the spirit of control. Primitive man, and he lives everywhere under the name of legion, looks out upon nature as something to be feared and obeyed, something to be cajoled by ritual and sacrifice and prayer. In ages of great social disorder, such as the millennium inaugurated in Western Europe by the barbarian invasions, the primitive elements in the mental makeup of men emerge through the falling cultural surface, and cults rich in ritual and steeped in emotional luxury grow in rank abundance. It is in the character of man to worship power. If he feels the power without him more intensely than the power within, he worships nature with a humble fear and leans on magic and supernatural rewards. If he feels the power within him more intensely than the power without, he sees divinity in himself and other centers of remoulding activity, and thinks not of worshipping and obeying nature, but of controlling and commanding her. The second attitude comes, of course, with knowledge and action that expresses knowledge. It is quite human that nature should not be worshipped once she has been known. A man is primitive, then, when he worships nature and makes no effort to control her. He is mature when he stops worshipping and begins to control, when he understands that nature is not a temple but a workshop, not a barrier to divinity, but the raw material of utopia. Now, the essence of Bacon is not the replacement of deduction by induction, but the change of emphasis from worship to control. This emphasis, once vivid in Plato, but soon obscured by Oriental influence, is one of the two dominant elements in modern thought, the other being the puzzling over an artificial problem of knowledge. And unless the Baconian element finally subordinates the Cartesian, the word modern must no longer arrogate to itself a eulogistic connotation. Hence, Bacon, and not Descartes, is the initiator of modern philosophy, part initiator at least of that current of thought which finds rebellious expression in the Enlightenment of the 18th century and comes to supremacy in the scientific victories of the 19th. The vital sequence in modern philosophy is not Descartes, Berkeley, Kant, Hegel, and Bergson, for these are the Asiatics of Europe, but Bacon, Hobbes, Condorcet, Comte, Darwin, and James. The hope of the world is in this resolute spirit of control, control of the material without us and of the passions within. Bit by bit, one is not afraid to say, we shall make for ourselves a better world. Shall we not find a way to eliminate disease, to control the increase of population, to find in plastic organization a substitute for revolution? Shall we perhaps even succeed in transmuting the lust for power over man into ambition to conquer the forces that impede man? Shall we make men understand that there is more potency of joy in the sense of having contributed to the power of men over nature than in any personal triumph of one over another man? More glory in a conquest of bacteria than in all the martial victories that have ever spilled human blood? Here is the beginning of real civilization and the mark of man. The environment transforms the animal, man transforms the environment. Looking at the history of the world as a whole, the tendency has been in Europe to subordinate nature to man, out of Europe to subordinate man to nature. Formerly, the richest countries were those in which nature was most bountiful. Now the richest countries are those in which man is most active. Control is the sign of maturity, the achievement of Europe, the future of America. It is, one argues again, the drama of history, this war between Asia and Europe, between nature and man, between worship and control. Fundamentally, it is the upward struggle of intelligence. Plato is its voice, Zeno its passing exhaustion, Bacon its resurrection. It was not an unopposed rebirth. There is still no telling whether East or West will win. Surrounded by the backwash of Oriental currents everywhere, the lover of the Baconian spirit needs constantly to refresh himself at the fount of Bacon's inexhaustible inspiration and confidence. I stake all, he says, on the victory of art over nature in the race. And one needs to hold ever before oneself Bacon's favorite device, a ship passing through the Pillars of Hercules out into the unknown sea, and over it the words plus ultra. More beyond. Chapter 4. Spinoza on the social problem. First, Hobbes. Passing from Bacon to Spinoza, we meet with Thomas Hobbes, a man from whom Spinoza drew many of his ideas, though very little of his inspiration. The social incidence of the greater part of Hobbes's thinking has long been recognized. He is not a figure over whom the biographer of social thought finds much cause to quarrel. He is at once the materialist par excellence of modern philosophy and the most uncompromising protagonist of the absolutist theory of the state. The individual, all compact of pugnacity, was to Hobbes the bogey which the state, voracious of all liberties, became 2 centuries later to Herbert Spencer. He had in acute degree the philosopher's natural appetite for order, and trembled at the thought of initiatives not foreseen by his political geometry. He lived in the midst of alarms. War stepped on the heels of war in what was very nearly a real bellum omnium contra omnes. He lived in the midst of political reaction. Men were weary of Renaissance exuberance and Reformation strife, and sank gladly into the open arms of the past. There could be no end, thought Hobbes, to this turmoil of conflicting egos, individual and national, until all groups and individuals knelt in absolute obedience to one sovereign power. But all this has been said before. We need but remind ourselves of it here so that we may the better appreciate the vibrant sympathy for the individual man, the generous defense of popular liberties that fill with the glow of subdued passion the pages of the gentle Spinoza. Dusra, the spirit of Spinoza. Yet Spinoza was not wanting in that timidity and that fear of unbridled instinct which stood dictator over the social philosophy of Hobbes. He knew as well as Hobbes the dangers of a democracy that could not discipline itself. Those who have had experience of how changeful the temper of the people is are almost in despair, for the populace is governed not by reason but by emotion. It is headlong in everything and easily corrupted by avarice and luxury. And even more than Hobbes, he withdrew from the affairs of men and sought in the protection of a suburban attic the peace and solitude which were the vital medium of his thought. He found that sometimes, at least, truth hath a quiet breast. Se tu sarai solo, wrote Leonardo, tu sarai tutto tuo. And surely Goethe thought of Spinoza when he said, "No one can produce anything important unless he isolate himself." But this dread of the crowd was only a part of Spinoza's nature, and not the dominant part. His fear of men was lost in his boundless capacity for affection. He tried so hard to understand men that he could not help but love them. I have labored carefully not to mock, lament, or execrate, but to understand human actions, and to this end I have looked upon passions, not as vices of human nature, but as properties just as pertinent to it as a heat, cold, storm, thunder, and the like to the nature of the atmosphere. Even the accidents of time and space were sinless to his view, and all the world found room in the abundance of his heart. Spinoza deified the all in order to find peace in the face of it, says Nietzsche, but perhaps, too, because all love is deification. All in all, history shows no man more honest and independent, and the history of philosophy shows no man so sincere, so far above quibbling and dispute and the picking of petty flaws, so eager to receive the truth even when brought by the enemy, so ready to forgive even persecution in the depth and breadth of his tolerance. No man who suffered so much injustice made so few complaints. He became great because he could merge his own suffering in the suffering of all, a mark of all deep men. They who have not suffered, says Ibsen, and, one might add, suffered with those they saw suffer, never create. They only write books. Spinoza did not write much. The long-suffering are seldom long-winded. A fragment on the improvement of the understanding, a brief volume on religion and the state, the ethics, and as he began to write the chapter on democracy in the political treatise, consumption conquered him. Bacteria take no bribes. Third, political ethics. Had he lived longer, it would have dawned perhaps even on the German historians that Spinoza's basic interest was not in metaphysics so much as in political ethics. The ethics, because it is the most sustained flight of reasoning in philosophy, has gathered round it all the associations that throng about the name of Spinoza, so that one is apt to think of him in terms of a mystical pantheism rather than of coordinative intelligence, democracy, and free thought. Höfting considers it a defect in Spinoza's philosophy that it takes so little notice of epistemology. But should we not be grateful for that? Here are men suffering, said Spinoza. Here are men enslaved by passions and prelates and kings. Surely, till these things are dealt with, we have no time for epistemological delicacies. Instead of increasing the world's store of learned ignorance by writing tomes on the possibility of a subject knowing an object, Spinoza thought it better to give himself to the task of helping to keep alive in an age of tyrannical reaction the Renaissance doctrine of popular sovereignty. Instead of puzzling himself and others about epistemology, he pondered the problem of stimulating the growth of intelligence and evolving a rational ethic. He thought that philosophy was something more than a chess game for professors. There is no need to spend time and space here on what for Spinoza, as for Socrates and Plato, was the problem of problems, how human reason could be developed to a point where it might replace supernatural sanctions for social conduct and provide the medium of social reconstruction. One point, however, may be profitably emphasized. A careless reading of the Ethics may lead to the belief that Spinoza bases his philosophy on a naive opposition of reason to passion. It is not so. A desire cannot be restrained or removed, says Spinoza, except by an opposite and stronger desire. Reason is not dictator to desire. It is a relation among desires, that relation which arises when experience has hammered impulses into coordination. An impulse, passion, or emotion is by itself a confused idea, a blurred picture of the thing that is indeed desired. Thought and impulse are not two kinds of mental process. Thought is impulse clarified by experience. Impulse is thought in chaos. Fourth, is man a political animal? Why is there a social problem? Is it because men are bad? Nonsense, answers Spinoza. The terms good and bad, as conveying moral approval and disapproval, are philosophically out of court. They mean nothing except that each of us wishes all men to live according to his desire, and consoles himself for their non-complaisance by making moral phrases. There is a social problem, says Spinoza, because men are not naturally social. This does not mean that there are no social tendencies in the native human constitution. It does mean that these tendencies are but a sorry fraction of man's original nature, and do not avail to chain the ape and tiger hiding under his extremely civilized shirt. Man is a political animal, but he is also an animal. We must approach the social problem through a very respectful consideration of the ape and tiger. We must follow Hobbes and inquire into the natural condition of man. In the state of nature, every man lives as he wishes. He is not pestered with police regulations and aldermanic ordinances. He may do whatever he can. His rights extend to the utmost limits of his powers. He may fight, hate, deceive, exploit to his heart's desire, and he does. We moderns smile at the natural man as a myth and think our forebears were social ab initio. But be it remembered that by social, Spinoza implies no mere preference of society to solitude, but a subordination of individual caprice to more or less tacit communal regulation. And Spinoza considers it useful, if we are going to talk about human nature in politics, to ask whether man naturally submits to regulation or naturally rebels against it. When he wrote of a primitive, non-social human condition, he wrote as a psychologist inferring the past rather than as an historian revealing it. He observed man, kindly yet keenly. He saw that everyone desires to keep down his fellow men by all possible means, and when he prevails, boasts more of the injuries he has done to others than of the advantage he has won for himself. And he concluded that if we could trace human history to its sources, we should find a creature, call him human or pre-human, willing, perhaps glad, to have the company of his like, but still unattracted and unhampered by social organization. We like to laugh at the simple anthropology of Spinoza and Rousseau, but the laugh should be turned upon us when we suppose that the historical motif played any but a very minor part in the discussion of the natural state of man. History was not the point at all. These men were not interested in the past so much as in the possibilities of the future. That is why the 18th century was so largely their creation. When a man is interested in the past, he writes history. When he is interested in the future, he makes it. The point to be borne in mind, Spinoza urges, is that we are still essentially unsocialized. The instinct to acquire possession and power, if necessary by oppression and exploitation, is still stronger than the disposition to share, to be tolerant of disagreement, and to work in mutual aid. The natural man is not a myth. He is the solid reality that struts about dressed in a little brief civilization. Religion teaches that each man should love his neighbor as himself and defend the rights of others as earnestly as he would his own. Yet this conviction has very little influence over man's emotions. It is no doubt of some account in the hour of death, for then disease has weakened the emotions, and the man lies helpless. And the principle is assented to in church, for their men have no dealings with one another. But in the mart or the court it has little or no effect, though that is just where the need for it is greatest. He still does everything for the sake of his own profit. Nor will even the unlimited future change him in that, for it is his very essence. His happiness is in the pursuit of his profit. His supreme joy is in the increase of his power. And a social order built upon any other basis than this exuberant egoism of man will be as lasting in the eye of history as a name that is writ in water. Eindam, what the social problem is. But what if it is a good basis? What if the foundation of virtue is the endeavor to preserve one's own being to the uttermost? What if there is a way in which, without any hypocritical mystification, this self-seeking, while still remaining self-seeking, may become cooperation? Spinoza's answer is not startling. It is the Socratic answer, issuing from a profound psychological analysis. Given the liberation and development of intelligence, and the discordant strife of egos will yield undreamed of harmonies. Men are so made, they are so compact of passion and obscurity, that they will not let one another be free. How can that be changed? Deception has been tried, and has succeeded only temporarily, if at all. Compulsion has been tried, but compulsion is a negative force. It makes for inhibition rather than inspiration. It is a necessary evil, but hardly the last word of constructive social thinking. There is something more in a man than his capacity for fear. There is some other way of appealing to him than the way of threats. There is his hunger and thirst to know and understand and develop. Think of the untouched resources of this human desire for mental enlargement. Think of the millions who almost starve that they may learn. Is that the force that is to build the future and fashion the city of our dreams? Here are men torn with impulses, shaken by mutual interference. Is it conceivable that they would be so deeply torn and shaken if that hunger of theirs for knowledge, knowledge of themselves too, were met with generous opportunity? Men long to be reasonable. They know, even the least of them, that under the tyranny of impulse there is no ultimately fruitful life. What is there that they would not give for the power to see things clearly and be captains of their souls? Here, if anywhere, is an opportunity for such statesmanship as does not often grace the courts of emperors and kings. How we can come to know ourselves, our inmost nature, how we can through this knowledge achieve coordination and our real desires, that is, for Spinoza, the heart of the social problem. The source of man's strength is that he can know his weakness. If he can but find himself out, then he can change himself. A passion ceases to be a passion as soon as we form a clear and distinct idea of it. When a passion is tracked to its lair and confronted with its futile partiality, its sting is drawn, it can hurt us no more. It may cooperate, but it may no longer rule. It is seen to be inadequate, to express but a fragment of us, and so seen it sinks into its place in the hierarchy of desires. And in proportion as we know our emotions better, the more are they susceptible to control. Passion is passivity. Control is power. Knowledge brings control, and control brings freedom. Freedom is not a gift, it is a victory. Knowledge, control, freedom, power, virtue. These are all one thing. Before the empire of man over nature must come the empire of man over himself, must come coordination. Achievement is born of clear vision and unified intent, not of actions that are but bubbles on the muddy rapids of desire. Shosti, free speech. Before all things, a means must be devised for improving and clarifying the understanding. Since there is no single thing we know which is more excellent than a man who is guided by reason, it follows that there is nothing by which a person can better show how much skill and talent he possesses than by so educating men that at last they will live under the direct authority of reason. But how? First of all, says Spinoza, thought must be absolutely free. We must have the possible profit of even the most dangerous heresies. If that proposition appear a trifle trite, let it be remembered that Spinoza wrote at a time when Galileo's broken-hearted retraction was still fresh in men's memories, and when Descartes was modifying his philosophy to soothe the Jesuits. The chapter on freedom of thought is really the pivotal point and raison d'être of the Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, and it is still rich in encouragement and inspiration. Perhaps there is nothing else in Spinoza's writings that is so typical at once of his gentleness and of his strength. Free speech should be granted, Spinoza argues, because it must be granted. Men may conceal real beliefs, but these same beliefs will inevitably influence their behavior. A belief is not that which is spoken, it is that which is done. A law against free speech is subversive of law itself, for it invites derision from the conscientious. All laws which can be broken without any injury to another are counted but a laughing-stock. It is useless for the state to command such things as are abhorrent to human nature. Men in general are so constituted that there is nothing they will endure with so little patience as that views which they believe to be true should be counted crimes against the law. Under such circumstances, men do not think it disgraceful, but most honorable, to hold the laws in abhorrence and to refrain from no action against the government. Where men are not permitted to criticize their rulers in public, they will plot against them in private. There is no religious enthusiasm stronger than that with which laws are broken by those whose liberty has been suppressed. Spinoza goes further. Thought must be liberated not only from legal restrictions, but from indirect and even unintentional compulsion as well. Spinoza feels very strongly the danger to freedom that is involved in the organization of education by the state. Academies that are founded at the public expense are instituted not so much to cultivate men's natural abilities as to restrain them. But in a free commonwealth, arts and sciences will be best cultivated to the full if everyone that asks leave is allowed to teach in public at his own cost and risk. He would have preferred such free lances as the sophists to the state universities of the American Middle West. He did not suggest means of avoiding the apparent alternative of universities subsidized by the rich. It is a problem that has still to be solved. In demanding absolute freedom of speech, Spinoza touches the bases of state organization. Nothing is so dangerous and yet so necessary, for ignorance is the mother of authority. The defenders of free speech have never yet met the contention of such men as Hobbes that freedom of thought is subversive of established government. The reason is only this, that the contention is probably true so far as most established governments go. Absolute liberty of speech is assuredly destructive of despotism, no matter how constitutional the despotism may be, and those who have at heart the interests of any such government may be forgiven for hesitating to applaud Spinoza. Freedom of speech makes for social vitality, certainly. Without it, indeed, the avenues of mental and social development would be blocked, and life hardly worth living. But freedom of speech cannot be said to make for social stability and permanence unless the social organization in question invites criticism and includes some mechanism for profiting by it. Where democracy is real, or is on the way to becoming real, free speech will help, not harm, the state. For there is no man so loyal as the man who knows that he may criticize his government freely and to some account. But where there is the autocracy of a person or a class, freedom of speech makes for dissolution. Dissolution, however, not of the society so much as of the government. The Bourbons are gone, but France remains. Nay, if the Bourbons had remained, France might be gone. But to argue today for freedom of speech is to invite the charge of emphasizing the obvious. It may be wholesome to remind ourselves, by a few examples, that however universal the theory of free speech may be, the practice is still rather sporadic. An American professor is dismissed because he thinks there is a plethora of unearned income in his country. An English publicist is reported to have been refused permission to fill lecture engagements in America because he had not been sufficiently patriotic. And one of the most prominent of living philosophers loses his chair because he supposes that conscience has rights against cabinets. But indeed, our governing bodies are harmless offenders here in comparison with the people themselves. The last lesson which men and women will learn is the lesson of free thought and free speech. The most famous of living dramatists finds himself unsafe in London streets because he has dared to criticize his government. The most able of living novelists finds it convenient to leave Paris because there are still some Germans whom he does not hate, and an American community full of constitutional lawyers shows its love of law and order by stoning a group of boys bent on expounding the desirability of syndicalism. Perhaps the world has need of many Spinozas still. Seventh, Virtue as power. Freedom of expression is the cornerstone of Spinoza's politics, the postulate without which he refuses to proceed. But Spinoza does not have to be told that this question of free speech precipitates him into the larger problems of the individual versus the state. He knows that that problem is the very raison d'être of political philosophy. He knows that indeed the problem goes to the core of philosophy and finds its source and crux in the complex socio-egoistical makeup of the individual man. The God-intoxicated Spinoza is quite sober and disillusioned about the social possibilities of altruism. It is a universal law of human nature that no one ever neglects anything which he judges to be good, except with the hope of gaining a greater good. This is as necessarily true as that the whole is greater than its part. This confident reduction of human conduct to self-reference does not for Spinoza involve any condemnation. Reason, since it asks for nothing that is opposed to nature, demands that every person should seek his own profit. Observe, reason demands this. This same self-seeking is the most valuable and necessary item in the composition of man. Spinoza, as said, goes so far as to identify this self-seeking with virtue. To act absolutely in conformity with virtue is, in us, nothing but to act, live, and preserve our being. These three have the same meaning as reason directs, from the ground of seeking our own profit. This is a brave rejection of self-renunciation and asceticism by one whose nature, so far as we can judge it now, inclined him very strongly in the direction of these virtues. What we have to do, says Spinoza, is not to deny the self, but to broaden it. Here again, of course, intelligence is the mother of morals. Progress lies not in self-reduction, but in self-expansion. Progress is increase in virtue, but by virtue and power I understand the same thing. Progress is an increase in the ability of men to achieve their ends. It is part of our mental confectionery to define progress in terms of our own ends. A nation is backward or forward according as it moves towards or away from our own ideals. But that, says Spinoza, is naive nonsense. A nation is progressive or backward according as its citizens are or are not developing greater power to realize their own purposes. That is a doctrine that may have dangerous implications, but intelligence will face the implications and the facts, ready not to suppress them, but to turn them to account. It was the passion for power that led to the first social groupings and developed the social instincts. Our varied sympathies, our parental and filial impulses, our heroisms and generosities all go back to social habits born of individual needs. Since fear of solitude exists in all men, because no one in solitude is strong enough to defend himself and procure the necessaries of life, it follows that men by nature tend towards social organization. Let satirists scoff at human affairs as much as they please, let theologians denounce them, and let the melancholy, despising men and admiring brutes praise as much as they can a life rude and without refinement, men will nevertheless find out that by mutual help they can much more easily procure the things they need, and that it is only by their united strength that they can avoid the dangers which everywhere threaten them. Nihil homine homini utilius. Men discover that they are useful to one another, and that mutual profit from social organization increases as intelligence grows. In a state of nature, that is, before social organization, each man has a natural right to do all that he is strong enough to do. In society, he yields part of this sovereignty to the communal organization because he finds that this concession, universalized, increases his strength. The fear of solitude, and not any positive love of fellowship, is the prime force in the origin of society. Man does not join in social organization because he has social instincts. He develops such instincts as the result of joining in such organization. Freedom and order. Even today, the social instincts are not strong enough to prevent unsocial behavior. Men are not born fit for citizenship, but must be made so. Hence custom and law. Each man, in his sober moments, desires such social arrangements as will protect him from aggression and interference. There is no one who does not wish to live, so far as possible, in security and without fear, and this cannot possibly happen so long as each man is allowed to do as he pleases. That men who are necessarily subject to passions and are inconstant and changeable may be able to live together in security and to trust one another's fidelity. That is the purpose of law. Ideally, the state is to the individual what reason is to passion. Law protects a man not only from the passions of others, but from his own. It is a help to delayed response. How to frame laws so that the greatest possible number of men may find their own security and fulfillment in allegiance to the law. That is the problem of the statesman. Law implies force, but so does life, so does nature. Indeed, the punishments decreed by man-made states are usually milder than those which in a state of nature would be the natural consequence of most interferences. Not seldom the law, as when it prevents lynching, protects an aggressor from the natural results of his act. Force is the essence of law, hence international law will not really be law until nations are coordinated into a larger group possessed of the instrumentalities of compulsion. It is clear that Spinoza has the philosophic love of order. Whatever conduces to human harmony and fellowship is good, whatever brings discord into the state is evil. But discord, one must repeat, is often the prelude to a greater harmony. Development implies variation, and all variation is a discord except to ears that hear the future. The social sanction of liberty lies, of course, in the potential value of variations. Without that vision of new social possibilities, which is suggested by variations from the norm, a people perishes. Spinoza does not see this, but there is a fine passage in the Tractatus Politicus which shows him responsive to the ideal of liberty as well as to that of order. The last end of the state is not to dominate men, nor to restrain them by fear. Rather, it is so to free each man from fear that he may live and act with full security and without injury to himself or his neighbor. The end of the state is, I repeat, not to make rational beings into brute beasts or machines. It is to enable their bodies and their minds to function safely. It is to lead men to live by and to exercise a free reason that they may not waste their strength in hatred, anger, and guile, not act unfairly toward one another. Thus, the end of the state is really liberty. So it is that Spinoza takes sharp issue with Hobbes and exalts freedom, decentralization, and democracy, where Hobbes, starting with almost identical premises, concludes to a centralized despotism of body and soul. This does not mean that Spinoza had no eye for the defects of democracy. Experience is supposed to teach that it makes for peace and concord when all authority is conferred upon one man. For no political order has stood so long without notable change as that of the Turks, while none have been so short-lived, nay, so vexed by seditions, as popular or democratic states. But if slavery, barbarism, and desolation are to be called peace, then peace is the worst misfortune that can befall a state. It is true that quarrels are wont to be sharper and more frequent between parents and children than between masters and slaves. Yet it advances not the art of home life to change a father's right into a right of property and count his children as only his slaves. Slavery, then, and not peace, comes from the giving of all power to one man. For peace consists not in the absence of war, but in a union and harmony of men's souls. No, better the insecurity of freedom than the security of bondage. Better the dangers that come of the ignorance of majorities than those that flow from the concentration of power in the hands of an inevitably self-seeking minority. Even secret diplomacy is worse than the risks of publicity. It has been the one song of those who thirst after absolute power that the interest of the state requires that its affairs be conducted in secret. But the more such arguments disguise themselves under the mask of public welfare, the more oppressive is the slavery to which they will lead. Better that right counsels be known to enemies than that the evil secrets of tyrants should be concealed from the citizens. They who can treat secretly of the affairs of a nation have it absolutely under their authority, and as they plot against the enemy in time of war, so do they against the citizens in time of peace. It is folly to choose to avoid a small loss by means of the greatest of evils. This is but one of many passages in Spinoza that startle the reader with their present applicability and value. There is in the same treatise a plan for an unpaid citizen soldiery, much like the scheme adopted in Switzerland. There is a plea against centralization and for the development of municipal pride by home rule and responsibility. There is a warning against the danger to democracy involved in the territorial expansion of states, and there is a plan for the state ownership of all land, the rental from this to supply all revenue in time of peace. But let us pass to a more characteristic feature of Spinoza's political theory and consider with him the function of intelligence in the state. Divinity, democracy, and intelligence. There is no single thing in nature which is more profitable to man than a man who lives according to the guidance of reason. Such a man, to begin with, has made his peace with the inevitable and accepts with good cheer the necessary limitations of social life. He has a genial sense of human imperfections and does not cushion himself upon utopia. He pursues his own ends, but with some perspective of their social bearings, and he is confident that, when each man seeks that which is profitable to himself, then are men most profitable to one another. He knows that the ends of other men will often conflict with his, but he will not for that cause make moral phrases at them. He feels the tragedy of isolated purposes and knows the worth of cooperation. As he comes to understand the intricate bonds between himself and his fellows, he finds ever more satisfaction in purposes that overflow the narrow margins of his own material advantage, until at last he learns to desire nothing for himself without desiring an equivalent for others. Given such men, democracy follows. Such democracy, too, as will be a fulfillment and not a snare. Given such men, penal codes will interest only the antiquarian. Given such men, a society will know the full measure of civic allegiance and communal stability and development. How make such men? By revivals? By the gentle anesthesia of heaven and the cheap panology of hell? By memorizing catechisms and commandments? By appealing like Comte to the heart and trusting to the eternal feminine to lead us ever onward? Onward whither? Or by spreading the means of intelligence? It is at this point that the social philosophy of Spinoza, like that of Socrates, betrays its weaker side. How is intelligence to be spread? Perhaps it is too much to ask the philosopher this question. He may feel that he has done enough if he has made clear what it is which will most help us to achieve our ends. Spinoza, after all, was not the kind of man who could be expected to enter into practical problems. His soul was filled with the vision of the eternal laws and had no room for the passing expediencies of action. His devotional geometry was a typical Jewish performance. There is something in the emotional makeup of the Jew which makes him slide very easily into the attitude of worship, as contrasted with the Greco-Roman emphasis on intellect and control. All pantheism tends to quietism. To see things sub specie eternitatis may very well pass from the attitude of the scientist to the attitude of the mystic who has no interest in temporal affairs. It is the task of philosophy to study the eternal and universal, not for its own sake, but for its worth in directing us through the maze of temporal particulars. The philosopher must be like the mariner who guides himself through space and time by gazing at the everlasting stars. It is wholesome that the history of philosophy should begin with Thales, so that all who come to the history of philosophy may learn at the door of their subject that though stars are beautiful, wells are deep. Patavde, the legacy of Spinoza. But to leave the matter thus would be to lose a part of the truth in the glare of one's brilliance. We have to recognize that though Spinoza stopped short, or rather was cut short, at merely a statement of the prime need of all democracies, intelligence, he was nevertheless the inspiration of men who carried his beginning more nearly to a practical issue. To Spinoza, through Voltaire and the English deists, one may trace not a few of the thought currents which carried away the foundations of ecclesiastical power, civil and intellectual, in 18th century France, and left the middle class conscience-free to engineer a revolution. It was from Spinoza chiefly that Rousseau derived his ideas of popular sovereignty, of the general will, of the right of revolution. of the legitimacy of the force that makes men free, and of the ideal state as that in which all the citizens form an assembly with final power. The French Declaration of Rights and the American Declaration of Independence go back in part to the forgotten treatises of the quiet philosopher of Amsterdam. To have initiated or accelerated such currents of thought, theoretical in their origin but extremely practical in their issue, is thereby once for all to have put oneself above the reach of mere fault-finding. One wonders again, as so many have wondered, what would have been the extent of this man's achievement had he not died at the age of 44? When Spinosa's pious landlady returned from church on the morning of February 21st, 1677, and found her gentle philosopher dead, she stood in the presence of one of the great silent tragedies of human history. Chapter 5. Nietzsche. First, from Spinoza to Nietzsche. Let us dare to compress within a page or two the social aspect of philosophical thought from Spinoza to Nietzsche, without forgetting that our purpose is to show the social problem as the dominant interest of only many, not all, of the greater philosophers. We may yet risk the assertion that the majority of the men who formed the epistemological tradition from Descartes to Kant were at heart concerned less with the problem of knowledge than with that of social relations. Descartes slips through this generalization. He is a man of leisure lost in the maze of a puzzle, which he has not discovered so much as he has unconsciously constructed it. In Locke's hands, the puzzle is distorted into the question of innate ideas, in order that under cover of an innocent epistemological excursion, a blow may be struck at hereditary prejudices and authoritarian teaching, and the way made straight for the advance of popular sovereignty, as against the absolutism of Hobbes, free speech, reasonable religion, and social amelioration. The dominance of the social interest is not so easily shown in the case of Leibniz, but let it be remembered nonetheless that epistemology was but an aside in the varied drama of Leibniz's life, and that his head was dizzy with schemes for the betterment of this best of all possible worlds. Bishop Berkeley begins with Esse est percipi and ends with tar water as the solution of all problems. David Hume, in the midst of a life busied with politics and the discussion of social, political, and economic problems, spares a year or two for epistemology, only to use it as a handle whereby to deal a blow to dogma. He was more damaging to religion than Voltaire, but was ingenious enough not to get the credit for it. The social incidence of philosophy in 18th century France was so decided that one might describe that philosophy as part of the explosive with which the middle class undermined the status quo. This social emphasis continues in Comte, who cannot forget that he was once the secretary of Saint Simon, and will not let us forget that the function of the philosopher is to coordinate experience with a view to the remoulding of human life. John Stuart Mill is radical first and logician afterward, and the more lasting as well as the more interesting element in Spencer is the sociological, educational, and political theory. In Kant, the basic social interest is buried under epistemological cobwebs, yet not so choked but that it finds very resolute voice at last. The essence of the matter here is the return of the prodigal, the relapse of a once adventurous soul into the comfort of religious and political absolutes, categorical, and Potsdam imperatives. Here is dogmatic slumber, overcome only to yield to the torpor and abattisement of practical reason. Here is no Copernican revolution, but a stealthy attempt to recover an anthropocentrism lost in the glare of the Enlightenment. It dawns on us that the importance of German philosophy is not metaphysical nor epistemological, but political. The vital remnant of Kant today is to be found not in our overflowing Mississippi of Kantiana, but in the German notion of obedience. Fichte reinforces this notion of unquestioning obedience with the doctrine of state socialism. He begins by tending geese and ends by writing philosophy for them. So with Hegel, he starts out buoyantly with the proposition that revolution is the heart of history, and ends by discovering that the King of Prussia is God in disguise. In Schopenhauer, the bubble bursts. A millennium of self-deception ends at last in exhaustion and despair. Every Hildebrand has his Voltaire, and every Voltaire his Schopenhauer. Dusra, biographical. In future, Nietzsche once wrote, "Let no one concern himself about me, but only about the things for which I lived." We must make this biographical note brief. Nietzsche was born in Röcken, Germany, 1844, the son of a noble young parson. He was brought up in strict piety and prepared himself to enter the ministry. Even at boarding school, he was called the Little Minister and made people cry by his recitations from the Bible. We have pictures of him which show him in all his boyish seriousness. It is evident that he is of a deeply religious nature and therefore doomed to heresy. At 18, he discovers that he has begun to doubt the traditional creed. "When I examine my own thoughts," he writes, "and hearken into my own soul, I often feel as if I heard the buzzing and roaring of wild contending parties." At 21, while studying in the University of Leipzig, he discovers the philosophy of Schopenhauer. He reads all hungrily, feeling here a kindred youth. The need of knowing myself, even of gnawing at myself, forcibly seized upon me. He is ripe for pessimism, having both religion and a bad stomach. Because of his defective eyesight, he is barred from military service. In 1870, he burns with patriotic fever and at last is allowed to join the army as a nurse. But he is almost overcome at sight of the sick and wounded, and himself falls ill with dysentery and dyspepsia. In this same year, he sees a troop of cavalry pass through a town in stately gallop and array. His weakened frame thrills with the sight of this strength. I felt for the first time that the strongest and highest will to life does not find expression in a miserable struggle for existence, but in a will to war, a will to power, a will to overpower. Nevertheless, he settles down to a quietly ascetic life as professor of philology at the University of Basel. But there is adventure in him, and in his first book he slips from the prose of philology into an almost lyrical philosophy. Illness finds voice here in the eulogy of health, weakness in the deification of strength, melancholy in the praise of Dionysian joy, loneliness in the exaltation of friendship. He has a friend, Wagner, the once romantic rebel of revolution's barricades, but this friend too is taken from him, with slowly painful breaking of bond after bond. For Wagner, the strong, the overbearing, the ruthless, is coming to a philosophy of Christian sympathy and gentleness, qualities that cannot seem divine to Nietzsche, because they are long familiar elements in his own character. "What I am not," he says, most truthfully, "that for me is God and virtue." And so he stands at last alone, borne up solely by the exhilaration of creative thought. He has acquaintances, but he puts up with them, simply, like a patient animal. Not one has the faintest inkling of my task, and he suffers terribly through this absence of sympathy and understanding. He leaves even these acquaintances and abandons his work at Basel. Broken in health, he finds his way hopefully to the kindlier climate of Italy. Doctor after doctor prescribes for him, one prescription reading, "A nice Italian sweetheart." He longs for the comradeship, but dreads the friction of marriage. "It seems to me absurd," he writes, "that one who has chosen for his sphere the assessment of existence as a whole should burden himself with the cares of a family, with winning bread, security, and social position for wife and children." He does not hesitate to conclude that where the highest philosophical thinking is concerned, all married men are suspect. Nevertheless, he wanders humanly into something very like a love affair. He is almost shattered with rapid disillusionment and takes refuge in philosophy. "Every misunderstanding," he tells himself, "has made me freer. I want less and less from humanity, and can give it more and more. The severance of every individual tie is hard to bear, but in each case a wing grows in its place. And yet the need of comradeship is still there, like a gnawing hunger." Many years later, he catches a passing smile from a beautiful young woman whom he has never seen before, and suddenly my lonely philosopher's heart grew warm within me. But she walks off without seeing him, and they never meet again. The simple Italians who rent him his attic room in Genoa understand him better perhaps than he can be understood by more pretentious folk. They know his greatness, though they cannot classify it. The children of his landlady call him Il Santo, And the market women keep their choicest grapes for the bent philosopher who, it is whispered, writes bitterly about women and the superfluous. But what they know for certain is that he is a man of exceeding gentleness and purity, that he is the very soul of chivalry. Stories are still told of his politeness towards women to whom no one else showed any kindness. Let him write what he pleases, so long as he is what he is. He lives simply, almost in poverty. His little room, writes a visitor, is bare and cheerless. It has evidently been selected for cheapness rather than for comfort. No carpet, not even a stove. I found it fearfully cold. His publisher has made no profit on his books. They are too sharply opposed to the spirit of the age. Hence the title he gives to two of his volumes, Unzeitgemäße Betrachtungen, Thoughts Out of Season. There is no money, he is now informed, in such untimely volumes. Hereafter he must publish his books at his own cost. He does, stinting himself severely to meet the new expense. His greatest books see the light in this way. He works hard, knowing that his shaken frame has but short lease of life, and he comes to love his painful solitude as a gift. I can't help seeing an enemy in anyone who breaks in upon my working summer. The idea that any person should intrude upon the web of thought which I am spinning around me is simply appalling. I have no more time to lose. Unless I am stingy with my precious half-hours, I shall have a bad conscience. Half-hours. His eyes will not work for more than 30 minutes at a time. He feels that only to him to whom time is holy does time bring reward. He is fully convinced, an acquaintance writes of him, about his mission and his permanent importance. In this belief he is strong and great. It elevates him above all misfortune. He speaks of his Thus Spake Zarathustra in terms of almost conscious exaggeration. It is a book, he says, that stands alone. Do not let us mention the poets in the same breath. Nothing perhaps has ever been produced out of such a superabundance of strength. He does not know that it is his illness and his hunger for appreciation that have demanded this self-laudation as restorative and nourishment. He predicts, rightly enough, that he will not begin to get his due meed of appreciation till 1901. His unmasking of Christian morality, he says, is an event unequaled in history. All this man's energy is in his brain. He oozes ideas at every pore. He crowds into a sentence the material of a chapter, and every aphorism is a mountain peak. He dares to say that which others dare only to think, and we call him witty because truth tabooed is the soul of wit. Every page bears the imprint of the passion and the pain that gave it birth. I am not a man, he says. I am dynamite. He writes like a man who feels error after error exploding at his touch, and he defines a philosopher as a terrible explosive in the presence of which everything is in danger. There are more idols than realities in the world, and I have an evil eye for idols. What is this philosophy which seemed to its creator more important than even the mightiest events of the past? How shall we compress it without distorting it as it has been distorted by so many of its lovers and its haters? Let us ask the man himself to speak to us. Let us see if we cannot put the matter in his own words, ourselves but supplying, so to speak, connective tissue. That done, we shall understand the man better, and ourselves, and perhaps our social problem. Third, exposition. First, morality as impotence. From a biological standpoint, the phenomenon morality is of a highly suspicious nature. Cui bono? Whom shall we suspect of profiting by this institution? Is it a mode of enhancing life? Does it make men stronger and more perfect? Or does it make for deterioration and decay? It is obvious that up to the present, morality has not been a problem at all. It has rather been the very ground on which people have met after all distrust, dissension, and contradiction, the hallowed place of peace, where thinkers could obtain rest even from themselves. But what if morality be the greatest of all the stumbling blocks in the way of human self-betterment? Is it possible that morality itself is the social problem, and that the solution of that problem lies in the judicious abolition of morality? It is a view for which something can be said. You have heard that morality is a means used by the strong to control the weak, and it is true. Just consider the conversion of Constantine. But to stop here is to let half the truth be passed off on you as the whole, and half a truth is half a lie. Much more true is it that morality is a means used by the weak to control the strong, the chain which weakness softly lays upon the feet of strength. The whole of the morality of Europe is based upon the values which are useful to the herd. Everyone's desire is that there should be no other teaching and valuation of things than those by means of which he himself succeeds. Thus, the fundamental tendency of the weak and mediocre of all times has been to enfeeble the strong and to reduce them to the level of the weak. Their chief weapon in this process was the moral principle. Good is everyone who does not oppress, who hurts no one, attacks no one, does not take vengeance but hands over vengeance to God, who goes out of the way of evil and demands little from life, like ourselves, patient, meek, just. Good is to do nothing for which we are not strong enough. Zarathustra laughed many times over the weaklings who thought themselves good because they had lame paws. Obedience, subordination, submission, devotion, love, the pride of duty, fatalism, resignation, objectivity, stoicism, asceticism, self-denial. In short, anemia. These are the virtues which the herd would have all men cultivate, particularly the strong men. And the deification of Jesus, that is to say, of meekness, what was it but another attempt to lull the strong to sleep? Dusra democracy. See, now, how nearly that attempt has succeeded. For is not democracy, if not victorious, at least on the road to victory today? And what is the democratic movement but the inheritor of Christianity? Not the Christianity of the great popes. They knew better, and were building a splendid aristocracy when Luther spoiled it all by letting loose the levelling instincts of the herd. The instinct of the herd is in favor of the leveller, Christ. I very much fear that the first Christian is in his deepest instincts a rebel against everything privileged. He lives and struggles unremittingly for equal rights. It is by Christianity, more than by anything else, that the poison of this doctrine of equal rights has been spread abroad. And do not let us underestimate the fatal influence. Nowadays, no one has the courage of special rights of dominion. The aristocratic attitude of mind has been most thoroughly undermined by the lie of the equality of souls. But is not this the greatest of all lies, the equality of men? That is to say, the dominion of the inferior. Is it not the most threadbare and discredited of ideas? Democracy represents the disbelief in all great men and select classes. Everybody equals everybody else. At bottom, we are all herd. There is no welcome for the genius here. The more promising for the future the modern individual happens to be, the more suffering falls to his lot. If the rise of great and rare men had been made dependent upon the voices of the multitude, there never would have been any such thing as a great man. The herd regards the exception, whether it be above or beneath its general level, as something antagonistic and dangerous. Their trick in dealing with the exceptions above them, the strong, the mighty, the wise, the fruitful, is to persuade them to become their head servants. But the torture of the exceptional soul is only part of the villainy of democracies. The other part is chaos. Voltaire was right. Quand la populace se mêle de raisonner, tout est perdu. Democracy is an aristocracy of orators, a competition in headlines, a maelstrom of ever-new majorities, a torrent of petty factions sweeping on to ruin. Under democracy, the state will decay, for the instability of legislation will leave little respect for law, until finally even the policeman will have to be replaced by private enterprise. Democracy has always been the death agony of the power of organization. Remember Athens, and look at England. Within 50 years, these Babel governments will clash in a gigantic war for the control of the markets of the world. And when that war comes, England will pay the penalty for the democratic inefficiency of its dominant muddle class. This wave of democracy will recede, and recede quickly, if men of ability will only oppose it openly. It is necessary for higher men to declare war on the masses. In all directions, mediocre people are joining hands in order to make themselves master. The middle classes must be dissolved and their influence decreased. There must be no more intermarrying of aristocracy with plutocracy. This democratic folly would never have come at all had not the master classes allowed their blood to be mingled with that of slaves. Let us fight parliamentary government and the power of the press. They are the means whereby cattle become rulers. Finally, it is senseless and dangerous to let the counting mania, the custom of universal suffrage, which is still but a short time under cultivation and could easily be uprooted, take deeper root. Its introduction was merely an expedient to steer clear of temporary difficulties. The time is ripe for a demonstration of democratic incompetence and a restoration of power to men who are born to rule. Mundram feminism. Democracy, after all, is a disease, an attempt on the part of the botched to lay down for all the laws of social health. You may observe the disease in its growth process by studying the woman movement. Woman's first and last function is that of bearing robust children. The emancipated ones are the abortions among women, those who lack the wherewithal to have children. I go no farther, lest I should become medicinical. All intellect in women is a pretension. When a woman has scholarly inclinations, there is generally something wrong with her sex. These women think to make themselves charming to free spirits by wearing advanced views, as though a woman without piety would not be something perfectly obnoxious and ludicrous to a profound and godless man. If there is anything worthy of laughter, it is the man who takes part in this feminist agitation. Let it be understood clearly that the relations between men and women make equality impossible. It is in the nature of woman to take colour and commandment from a man, unless she happens to be a man. Man's happiness is I will. Woman's happiness is he will. Woman gives herself, man takes her. I do not think one will get over this natural contrast by any social contract. Indeed, women will lose power with every step towards emancipation. Since the French Revolution, the influence of woman has declined in proportion as she has increased her rights and claims. Let her first do her proper work properly. Consider how much man has suffered from stupidity in the kitchen, and then it may be time to consider an extension of her activities. To be mistaken in this fundamental problem of man and woman, to deny here the profoundest antagonism and the necessity for an eternally hostile tension, to dream here of equal rights, equal training, equal claims and obligations, that is a typical sign of shallow-mindedness. On the other hand, a man who has depth of spirit as well as of desires, and has also the depth of benevolence which is capable of severity and harshness and easily confounded with them, can only think of woman as Orientals do. He must conceive of her as a possession, as confinable property, as a being predestined for service and accomplishing her mission therein. He must take his stand in this matter upon the immense rationality of Asia, upon the superiority of the instincts of Asia. Nangaவது. Socialism and anarchism. All this uprising of housekeepers is, of course, part of the general sickness with which Christianity has inoculated and weakened the strong races of Europe. Consider now the more virulent forms of the disease, socialism and anarchism. The coming of the kingdom of God has here been placed in the future and been given an earthly, a human meaning. But on the whole, the faith in the old ideal is still maintained. There is still the comforting delusion about equal rights, with all the envy that lurks in that delusion. One speaks of equal rights. That is to say, so long as one is not a dominant personality, one wishes to prevent one's competitors from growing in power. It is a pleasure for all poor devils to grumble. It gives them a little intoxicating sensation of power. There is a small dose of revenge in every lamentation. When you hear one of those reformers talk of humanity, you must not take him seriously. It is only his way of getting fools to believe that he is an altruist. Beneath the cover of this buncombe, a man strong in the gregarious instincts makes his bid for fame and followers and power. This pretense to altruism is only a roundabout way of asking for altruism. It is the result of a consciousness of the fact that one is botched and bungled. In short, socialism is not justice, but covetousness. No doubt we should look upon its exponents and followers with ironic compassion. They want something which we have. From the standpoint of natural science, the highest conception of society, according to socialists, is the lowest in the order of rank among societies. A socialist community would be another China, a vast and stifling mediocrity. It would be the tyranny of the lowest and most brainless brought to its zenith. A nation in which there would be no exploitation would be dead. Life itself is essentially appropriation, conquest of the strange and weak. To put it at its mildest, exploitation. The absence of exploitation would mean the end of organic functioning. Surely it is as legitimate and valuable for superior men to command and use inferior men as it is for superior species to command and use inferior species, as man commands and uses animals. It is not surprising that the lamb should bear a grudge against the great birds of prey, but that is no reason for blaming the great birds of prey. What should be done with muscle except to supply it with directive brains? How, otherwise, can anything worthy ever be built by men? In fact, man has value and significance only insofar as he is a stone in a great building, for which purpose he has first of all to be solid. He has to be a stone. Now the common people understand this quite well, and are as happy as any of the well-to-do, so long as a silly propaganda does not disturb them with dreams that can never be fulfilled. Poverty, cheerfulness, and independence. It is possible to find these three qualities combined in one individual. Poverty, cheerfulness, and slavery. This is likewise a possible combination, and I can say nothing better to the workmen who serve as factory slaves. As for the upper classes, they need be at no loss for weapons with which to fight this pestilence. An occasional opening of the trapdoor between the haves and the have-nots, increasing the number of property owners, will serve best of all. If this policy is pursued, there will always be too many people of property for socialism ever to signify anything more than an attack of illness. A little patience with inheritance and income taxes, and the noise of the cattle will subside. Notice, meanwhile, that socialism and despotism are bedfellows. Give the socialist his way, and he will put everything into the hands of the state, that is to say, into the hands of demagogue politicians. And then, all in the twinkling of an eye, socialism begets its opposite in good Hegelian fashion, and the dogs of anarchism are let loose to fill the world with their howling. And not without excuse or benefit, for politicians must be kept in their place, and the state rigidly restricted to its necessary functions, even if anarchist agitation helps one to do it. And the anarchists are right. The state is the coldest of all monsters, and this lie creeps out of its mouth. I, the state, am the people. So the wise man will turn anarchism as well as socialism to account, and he will not fret even when a king or two is hurried into heaven with nitroglycerin. Only since they have been shot at have princes once more sat securely on their thrones. Anarchism justifies itself in the aristocrat, who feels law as his instrument, not as his master. But the rebellion against law as such is but one more outburst of physiological misfits bent on levelling and revenge. It is childish to desire a society in which every individual would have as much freedom as another. Decadence speaks in the democratic idiosyncrasy against everything which rules and wishes to rule, the modern misarchism, to coin a bad word for a bad thing. When all men are strong enough to command, then law will be superfluous. Weakness needs the vertebrae of law. He is commanded who cannot obey his own self. Let the anarchist be thankful that he has laws to obey. To command is more difficult. Whenever living things command, they risk themselves. They take the hard responsibilities for the result. Freedom is the will to be responsible for ourselves. When the mob is capable of that, it will be time to think of dispensing with law. The truth is, of course, that the anarchist is lulled into nonsense by Rousseau's notion of the naturally good man. He does not understand that revolution merely unlashes the dogs in man, till they once more cry for the whip. Cast out the Bourbons, and in 10 years you will welcome Napoleon. That is the end of anarchism, and it is the end of democracy too. The truth is that men are willing and anxious to be ruled by rulers worthy of the name. But the corrupted ruling classes have brought ruling into evil odour. The degeneration of the ruler and of the ruling classes has been the cause of all the disorders in history. Democracy is not ruling, but drifting. It is a political relaxation, as if an organism were to allow each of its parts to do just as it pleased. Precisely these disorganizing principles give our age its specific character. Our society has lost the power to function properly. It no longer rids itself naturally of its rotten elements. It no longer has the strength even to excrete. Aindav, degeneration. What kind of men is to be found in such a society? Mediocre men, men stupid to the point of sanctity, fragile, useless souls deluxe, men suffering from a sort of hemiplegia of virtue, that is to say, paralyzed in the self-assertive instincts, men tamed, almost emasculated by a morality whose essence is the abdication of the will. Now, as a rule, the taming of a beast is achieved only by deteriorating it. So too, the moral man is not a better man, he is rather a weaker member of his species. He is altruistic, of course. That is, he feels that he needs help. There is no place for really great men in this march towards nonentity. If a great man appears, he is called a criminal. A Periclean Greek, a Renaissance Florentine, would breathe like one asphyxiated in this moralic acid atmosphere. The first condition of life for such a man is that he free himself from this Chinadom of the spirit, but the number of those who are capable of rising into the pure air of unmoralism is very small, and those who have made timid sallies into theological heresy are the most addicted to the comfort and security of ethical orthodoxy. In short, men are coming to look upon lowered vitality as the heart of virtue, and morality will be saddled with the guilt if the maximum potentiality of the power and splendor of the human species should never be attained. Men of this stamp require a good deal of religious pepsin to overcome the indigestibility of life. If they leave one faith in the passing bravery of their youth, they soon sink back into another. God, previously diluted from tribal deity into substantia and dingansik, now recovers a respectable degree of reality. The imaginary pillar on which men lean is made stronger and more concrete as their weakness increases. How much faith a person requires in order to flourish, how much fixed opinion he needs which he does not wish to have shaken because he holds himself thereby, is a measure of his power, or more plainly speaking, of his weakness. The same criterion classifies our friends, the metaphysicians, those albinos of thought, who are, of course, priests in disguise. The degree of a man's willpower may be measured by the extent to which he can dispense with the meaning in things, by the extent to which he is able to endure a world without meaning, because he himself arranges a small portion of it. The world has no meaning. All the better. Put some meaning into it, says the man with a man's heart. The world has no meaning, but it is only a world of appearance, says the weak-kneed philosopher. Behind this phenomenal world is the real world, which has meaning and means good. Of the real world there is no knowledge. Consequently, there is a God. What novel elegance of syllogism! This belief that the world which ought to be is real is a belief proper to the unfruitful who do not wish to create a world. The will to truth is the impotence of the will to create. Even monism is being turned into medicine for sick souls. Clearly, these lovers of wisdom seek not truth, but remedies for their illnesses. There is too much beer and midnight oil in modern philosophy, and not enough fresh air. Philosophers condemn this world because they have avoided it. Those who are contemplative naturally belittle activity. In truth, the history of philosophy is the story of a secret and mad hatred of the prerequisites of life, of the feelings which make for the real values of life. No wonder that philosophy has fallen to such low estate. Science flourishes nowadays, and has the good conscience clearly visible on its countenance, while the remnant to which modern philosophy has gradually sunk excites distrust and displeasure, if not scorn and pity. Philosophy reduced to a theory of knowledge, a philosophy that never gets beyond the threshold and rigorously denies itself the right to enter. That is philosophy in its last throes, an end, an agony, something that awakens pity. How could such a philosophy rule? Dusra, the organization of intelligence. These men, through meetings and correspondence, organize themselves into a society for social research. They begin at once to look for an inspired millionaire to finance the movement for 6 months or so. They advertise themselves diligently in the press and make known their intention to get together the best brains of the country to study the facts and possibilities of the social problem. And then, a difficult point, they face the task of arranging some more or less impersonal method of deciding who are the intelligent people and who not. They ask themselves just what kind of information a man should be expected to have, to fit him for competent handling of social questions, and after long discussions they conclude that such a man should be well trained in one and acquainted with the general findings of the others of what we may call the social disciplines: biology, psychology, sociology, history, economics, law, politics, philosophy, and perhaps more. They formulate a long and varied test for the discovery of fitness in these fields, and they arrange that every university in the country shall, after plentiful advertisement and invitation to all and sundry, give these tests and pay the expenses incurred by any needy candidate who shall emerge successful from the trial. In this way, men whose studies have been private and unadorned with academic degree are to find entrance to the society. It is recognized that the danger of such a test lies in the premium which it sets on the bookish as against the practical man, on the man whose knowledge has come to him in the classroom or the study, as against the man who has won his knowledge just by living face to face with life. There are philosophers who have never heard of Kant, and psychologists who have been Freudians for decades without having ever read a book. A society recruited by such a test will be devoid of artists and poets, may finally eliminate all but fact-gathering dry as dusts, and so end deservedly in nothing. And yet some test there must be to indicate, however crudely, one's fitness or unfitness to take part in this work. The alternative would be the personal choice of the initial few, whose prejudices and limitations would so become the constitution and bylaws of the society. Perhaps, too, some way may appear of using the artists and poets, and the genius who knows no books. Well, the tests are given. The original nucleus of physicians and professors submit themselves to these tests, and some, failing, are eliminated. Other men come from all fields of work, and from them a number survive the ordeal and pass into the society. So arises a body of, say, 5,000 men, divided into local groups but working in unison so far as geographical separateness will permit. And to them now come, impressed with their earnestness, a wealthy man who agrees to finance the society for such time as may be needed to test its usefulness. Now, what does our society do? It seeks information. That, and not a program, is the fruitful beginning of reform. Men are willing to investigate only the small things of life, says Samuel Butler. This Society for Social Research is prepared and resolved to investigate anything that has vital bearing on the social problem. It stands ready to make enemies, ready to soil its hands. It appoints committees to gather and formulate all that biologists can tell of human origin and the innate impulses of men. All that psychology in its varied branches can tell of human behavior. All that sociology knows of how and why human societies and institutions rise and fall. All that medicine can tell of social ills and health. It appoints committees to go through all science with the lodestone of the social purpose, picking up this fact here and that one there. Committees to study actual and proposed forms of government, administrative and electoral methods. Committees to investigate marriage, eugenics, prostitution, poverty, and the thousand other aspects and items of the social problem. Committees to call for and listen to responsible expressions of every kind of opinion. Committees to examine and analyze social experiments, profit-sharing plans, Oneida communities. Even a committee on utopia, before which persons with schemes and isms and perfect cities in their heads may freely preach their gospel. In short, this society becomes the organized eye and ear of the community, ready and eager to seek out all the facts of human life and business that may enlighten human will. And having found the facts, it publishes them. Its operations show real earnestness, sincerity, and ability, and in consequence, it wins such prestige that its reports find much heralding, synopsis, and comment in the press. But in addition to that, it buys, for the first day of every month, a half-page of space in several of the more widely circulated periodicals and journals of the country, and publishes its findings succinctly and intelligibly. It gives full references for all its statements of fact. It makes verification possible for all doubters and deniers. It includes in each month's report a reliable statement of the year's advances in some one of the social disciplines, so that its 12 reports in any year constitute a record of the socially vital scientific findings of the year. It limits itself strictly to verifiable information and challenges demonstration of humanly avoidable partiality. And it takes great care that its reports are couched not in learned and technical language, but in such phraseology as will be intelligible to the graduates of an average grammar school. That is central. Third, information of panacea. Without some such means of getting and spreading information, there is no hope for fundamental social advance. We have agreed, have we not, that to make men happier and more capable, we must divert their socially injurious impulses into beneficent channels, that we can do this only by studying those impulses and controlling the stimuli which arouse them, that we can control those stimuli only by studying the varied factors of the environment and the means of changing them. In short, that at the bottom of the direction of impulse lies the necessity of knowledge, of information spread to all who care to receive it. Autocracy may improve the world without spreading enlightenment, but democracy cannot. Delenda est ignorantia. This, after all, is a plan for the democratization of aristocracy. It is Plato translated into America. It utilizes superior intelligence and gives it voice, but sanctions no change that has not received the free consent of the community. It gives the aristocracy of intellect the influence and initiative which crude democracy frustrates. But it avoids the corruption that usually goes with power by making this influence work through the channels of persuasion rather than compulsion. It counteracts the power of wealth to disseminate partisan views through news items and editorials, and relies on fact to get the better at last of double-leaded prejudice. It rests on the faith that lies without. Would the mass of the people listen to such reports? Consider, first, the repute that attaches to the professorial title. Let a man write even the sorriest nonsense, but sign himself as one of the faculty of some responsible institution, and he will find a hearing. The reader, perhaps, need not go far to find an example. In recent industrial and political issues, the pronouncements of a few professors carried very great weight, and there are some modest purveyors of so supposedly harmless a thing as philosophy, whose voice is feared by all interests that prosper in the dark. Will the combined reputation of the most enlightened men in the country mean less? A report published by this Society for Social Research will mean that a large body of intelligent men have from their number appointed 3 or 5 or 10 to find the facts of a certain situation or dispute. These appointed men will, if they report hastily or carelessly or dishonestly, impair the repute of all their fellows in the society. They will take care, then, and will probably find honesty as good a policy as some of us pretend it to be. With every additional report so guarded from defect, the repute of the society will grow until it becomes the most powerful intellectual force in the world. When one reflects how many pages of misrepresentation were printed in the papers of only one city in the presidential campaign of 1916, and then imagines what would have been the effect of a mere statement of facts on both sides, the records of the candidates and the parties, their acknowledged connections, friends and enemies, their expressed principles and programs, the facts about the tariff, the German issue, international law, the railway brotherhood dispute, and so forth, one begins to appreciate the importance of information. After the initial and irrevocable differences of original nature, nothing is so vital as the spread of enlightenment, and nothing offers itself so well to organized effort. Eugenics is weak because it has no thought-out program. Isms rise and fall because people are not informed. Let who can improve the native qualities of men. But that aside, the most promising plan is the dissemination of fact. Such a society for research would be a sort of social consciousness, a mind of the race. It would make social planning possible for the first time. It would make history conscious. It would look ahead and warn. It would point the nose of the community to unwelcome but important facts. It would examine into such statements as that of Sir William Ramsay that England's coalfields will be exhausted in 175 years, and its warnings, backed by the prestige of its expert information, would perhaps avert the ravages of social waste and private greed. Nature, said Lester Ward, is a spendthrift, man an economizer. But economy means prevision, and social economy means organized provision. Here would be not agitation, not propaganda, not moralizing, but only clarification. These men would be merchants of light, simply giving information so that what men should do, they might do knowingly and not in the dark. Indeed, if one can clarify, one need not agitate. Just to state facts is the most terrible thing that can be done to an injustice. Sermons and stump speeches stampede the judgment for a moment, but the sound of their perorations still lingers in the air when reaction comes. Fact has this advantage over rhetoric, that time strengthens the one and weakens the other. Tell the truth, and time will be your eloquence. Let us suppose that our society has existed some 3 years. Let us suppose that on the first day of every month it has spread through the press simple reports of its investigations, simple accounts of socially significant work in science, and simple statements of fact about the economic and political issues of the day. Let us suppose that by far the greater part of these reports have been conscientious and accurate and clear. Very well. In the course of these 3 years, a large number of mentally alert people all over the country will have developed the habit of reading these monthly reports. They will look forward to them. They will attach significance to them. They will herald them as events, almost as decisions. In any question of national policy, its statements will influence thousands and thousands of the more independent minds. Let us calculate the number of people who, in these United States, would be reached by such reports. Let us say the reports are printed in 3 or 4 New York dailies, having a total circulation of 1 million. In other dailies throughout the country, totaling some 5 million circulation, and in 1 or more weeklies or monthlies with a large or a select circulation. One may perhaps say that out of the 7 or 8 million people so reached, mostly adult males, 5% will be so influenced by the increasing prestige of the society that they will read the reports. Of these 400,000 readers, it is reasonable to suppose that 300,000 will be voters, and not only voters, but men of influence among their fellows. These men will each of them be a medium through which the facts reported will be spread. It is not too much to say that the number of American voters influenced directly or indirectly by these reports will reach to 1 million. Now imagine the influence of this million of voters on a presidential election. Their very existence would be a challenge. Candidates would have them in mind when making promises and criticisms. Parties would think of them when formulating policies and drawing up platforms. Editors would beware of falling into claptrap and deceit for fear of these million men armed with combustible fact. It would mean such an elevation of political discussion and political performance as democracy has never yet produced. Such an elevation as democracy must produce or die. Fourth, sex, art, and play in social reconstruction. So far, our imagined society has done no more than to seek and give information. It has, it is true, listened to propagandists and utopians, and has published extracts from their testimony. But even this has been not to agitate, but to inform. That such and such opinions are held by such and such men, and by such and such a number of men, is also a point of information. Merely to state facts is the essential thing, and the extremely effective thing. But now there are certain functions which such a society might perform beyond the giving of facts, functions that involve personal attitudes and interpretations. It may be possible for our society to take on these functions without detracting from the trust reposed in its statements of fact. What are these functions? First of all, the stimulation of artistic production and the extension of artistic appreciation. Our society, which is composed of rather staid men, themselves not peculiarly fitted to pass judgment outside the field of science, will invite, let us say, 20 of the most generally and highly valued of English and American authors to form themselves into a committee on literary awards as a branch of the Society for Social Research. Imagine Thomas Hardy and George Bernard Shaw and H.G. Wells and John Galsworthy and Rudyard Kipling and John Masefield and George Moore and Joseph Conrad and W.D. Howells and Theodore Dreiser and many more, telling the world every month, in individual installments, their judgment on current fiction, drama, poetry, English literature in general. Imagine the varied judgments printed with synoptic coordination of the results as a way of fixing the standing of a book in the English literary world, and judge of the stimulus that would reside in lists signed by such names. Imagine another group of men, the literary elite of France, making briefer reports on French literature, and other groups in Germany, Russia, Italy, Spain, Scandinavia. Imagine the world getting every month the judgment of Anatole France and Romain Rolland and Gerhard Hauptmann and Anton Chekhov and Georg Brandes on the current literature of their peoples. Imagine them making lists, too, of the best books in all their literatures. Imagine eager young men and women poring over these conflicting lists, discussing them, making lists of their own, and getting guidance so. And to the literary lists add monthly reports by a committee of the society itself on the best books in the various fields of science. Finally, let the artists speak, painters and sculptors and all. Let them say where excellence has dwelt this month in their respective fields. There are hundreds of thousands who hunger for such guidance as this plan would give. There are young people who flounder about hopelessly because they find no guidance. Young people who are easily turned to fine work by the stimulus of responsible judgment and as easily lapse into the banalities of popular fiction and popular magazines when this guiding stimulus fails to come. There are thousands of people who would be glad to pay their modest contribution to the support of any organization that would manage to get such direction for them. Half the value of a university course lies in this, that the teacher will suggest readings, judge books, and provide general guidance for individual work. Perhaps the most valuable kind of information in the world is that which guides one in the search for information. Such guidance, given to all who ask for it, would go far to save us from the mediocrity that almost stifles our national life. And more. Why should not the stimulation be for the producers as well as for the consumers? Why should not some kind of award be made, say every 6 months, to the authors adjudged best in their lines by their qualified contemporaries? Why should such a book as Jean-Christophe or the brothers Karamazov go unheralded except in fragmentary individual ways? Why not reward such productions with a substantial prize, or, if that be impossible, by some presentation of certificate? Even a scrap of paper would go a long way to stimulate the writer and guide the reader. But why should not a money reward be possible? If rich men will pay thousands upon thousands for the, perhaps, original works of dead artists, why should they not turn their wealth into spiritual gold by helping the often impecunious writers of the living day? It is a convenient error to believe that financial aid would detract from the independence of the creator. It would, did it come from men rewarding on the basis of their own judgment. It would not if the judgment of the world's men of letters should be taken as criterion. And perhaps fewer Chattertons and Davidsons would mar the history of literature and art. This direction of attention to what is best and greatest in the work of our age is a matter of deeper moment than superficial thought can grasp. If, by some such method, the meaning of success could be freed from monetary implication and attached rather to excellence in art and science, the change would have almost inestimably far-reaching results. Men worship money, as has often been pointed out, not for its own sake, nor for the material good it brings, but for the prestige of success that goes with its conspicuous consumption. Let the artist find more appreciation for his ability than the captain of industry finds for his, and there will be a great release of energy from economic exploitation to creative work in science, literature, and art. A large part of the stimuli that prompt men to exploit their fellows will be gone, and that richest of all incentives, social esteem, will go to produce men eager to contribute to the general power and happiness of the community. The art impulse, as is generally believed, is a diversion of sex energy. An organism is essentially not a food-getting, but a reproductive mechanism. The food-getting is a contributory incident in the reproduction. As development proceeds, the period of pregnancy and adolescence increases, more of the offspring survive to maturity. Large broods, litters, or families become unnecessary, and more of the energy that was sexual slides over into originally secondary pursuits like play and art. At the same time, there is a gradual diminution in pugnacity, which was another factor in the drama of reproduction, and rivalry in games and arts encroaches more and more on the emotional field, once monopolized by strife for mates and food. The game, a sort of Hegelian synthesis of hostility and sociability, takes more and more the place of war, and artistic creation increasingly replaces reproduction. If all this is anything more than theoretic skating over thin sheets of fact, it means that one way out from our social perplexities lies in the provision of stronger stimulus to creation and recreation, art and games. It is a serious part of the social planner's work to find some way of nourishing the art impulse wherever it appears, and drawing it on by arranging rewards for its productions. And again, we shall have to understand that play is an important matter in a nation's life, that one of the best signs for the future of America is the prevalence of healthy athleticism, and that an attempt to widen these sport activities to greater intersectional and international scope than they have yet attained will get at some of the roots of international pugnacity. A wise government would be almost as interested in the people's games as in their schools, and would spend millions in making rivalry absorb the dangerous energy of pugnacity. Olympic Games should not be Olympic Games, occurring only with Olympiads. Not a month should pass, but great athletes, selected by eliminative tests from every part of every country, should meet, now here, now there, to match brawn and wits in the friendly enmity of games. Let men know one another through games, and they will not for slight reasons pass from sportsmanship to that competitive destruction and deceit which our political Barnums call the defense of our national honor. Eindami education. This diversion of the sexual instinct into art and games, a prophylactic which has long since been applied to individuals and awaits application to groups, must begin in the early days of personal development, so that our Society for Social Research would, if it were to take on this task, find itself inextricably mixed up with the vast problem of educational method and aim. Here, more than anywhere, one hears the call for enlightenment and sees the need for clarification. Here is an abundance of isms and a dearth of knowledge. Most teachers use methods which they themselves consider antiquated and teach subjects which they will admit not one in 100 of their pupils will ever need to know. Curious lessons in ethics are administered, which are seldom practiced in the classroom and make initiative children come to believe that commandment breaking is heroic. Boys and girls bursting with vitality and the splendid exuberance of youth are cramped for hours into set positions, while by a sort of water cure process, knowledge is pumped into them from books duller than a doctor's dissertation in philosophy. And so forth. The indictment against our schools has been drawn up 1,000 times and in 1,000 ways, and needs no reinforcement here. But though we have indicted, we have not made any systematic attempt to find just what is wrong and how and where, and what may be done to remedy the evil. Experiments have been made, but their bearings and results have been very imperfectly recorded. Suppose now that our Society for Social Research should appoint a great committee on education to hire expert investigators and make a thorough attempt to clarify the issues in education. Here the function of philosophy should be clear, for the educator touches at almost every point those problems of values, individual and social, which are the special hunting ground of the philosopher. The importance of psychology here is recognized, but the importance of biology and pathology has not been seen in fit perspective. Why should not a special group of men be set aside for years, if necessary, to study the applicability of the several sciences to education? Why should not all scientific knowledge, so far as it touches human nature, be focused on the semi-darkness in which the educator works? Two special problems in this field invite research. One concerns the effect on national character and capacity of a system of education controlled by the government. The point was made by Spinosa, as may be remembered, that a government will, if it controls the schools, aim to restrain rather than to develop the energies of men. Kant remarked the same difficulty. The function of education in the eyes of a dominant class is to make men able to do skilled work but unable to do original thinking, for all original thinking begins with destruction. The function of education in the eyes of a government is to teach men that 11th commandment which God forgot to give to Moses: Thou shalt love thy country, right or wrong. All this, of course, requires some marvelous prestidigitation of the truth, as school textbooks of national history show. The ignorant, it seems, are the necessary ballast in the ship of state. The alternative to such schools seems to be a return to private education, with the rich man's son getting even more of a start on the poor boy than he gets now. Is there a tertium quid here? Perhaps this is one point which a resolute effort to get the facts would clarify. What does such governmentally regulated education do to the forces of personal difference and initiative? Will men and women educated in such a way produce their maximum in art and thought and industry? Or will they be automata, always waiting for a push? What different results would come if the nationally owned schools were to confine their work absolutely to statements of fact, presentations of science, and were to leave character molding and lessons in ethics to private persons or institutions? Then at least each parent might corrupt his own child in his own pet way, and there might be a greater number of children who would not be corrupted at all. Another problem which might be advanced towards a solution by a little light is that of giving higher education to those who want it but are too poor to pay. There are certain studies, called above the social disciplines, which help a man not so much to raise himself out of his class and become a snob, as to get a better understanding of himself and his fellow men. Since mutual understanding is a hardly exaggerable social good, why should not a way be found to provide for all who wish it evening instruction in history, sociology, economics, psychology, biology, philosophy, and similar fields of knowledge? Every added citizen who has received instruction in these matters is a new asset to the community. He will vote with more intelligence. He will work better in cooperation. He will be less subject to undulations of social mania. He will be a hint to all office seekers to put their usual nonsense on the shelf. Perhaps by this medium, too, our society would spread its reports and widen its influence. Imagine a nation of people instructed in these sciences. With such a people, civilization would begin. And then again, our busybody society would turn its research light on the universities and tell them a thing or two of what the light would show. It would betray the lack of coordination among the various sciences, the Department of Psychology, for example, never coming to so much as speaking terms with the Department of Economics. It would call for an extension, perhaps, of the now infrequent seminars and conferences between departments whose edges overlap, or which shed light on a common field. It would invite the university to give less of its time to raking over the past and help it to orient itself toward the future. It would suggest to every university that it provide an open forum for the responsible expression of all shades of opinion. It would, in general, call for a better organization of science as part of the organization of intelligence. It would remind the universities that they are more vital even than governments, and it might perhaps succeed in getting engraved on the gates of every institution of learning the words of Thomas Hobbes. Seeing the universities are the foundation of civil and moral doctrine, from whence the preachers and the gentry, drawing such water as they find, use to sprinkle the same upon the people, there ought certainly to be great care taken to have it pure. Chapter 4. The reader speaks. First, the democratization of aristocracy. And now we stop for objections. This plan is a harebrained scheme for a new priesthood and a new aristocracy. It would put a group of college professors and graduates into a position where they could do almost as they please. You think you avoid this by telling the gentlemen that they must limit themselves to the statement of fact, but if you knew the arts of journalism, you would not make so naive a distinction between airing opinions and stating facts. When a man buys up a newspaper, what he wants to do is not so much to control the editorials as to edit the news. That is, to select the facts which shall get into print. It's wonderful what lies you can spread without telling lies. For example, if you want to hurt a public man, you quote all his foolish speeches and ignore his wise ones. You put his mistakes into headlines and hide his achievements in a corner. I will guarantee to prove anything I like or anything I don't like just by stating facts. So with your Society for Social Research, it would become a great political rather than an educational organization. It would almost unconsciously select its information to suit its hobbies. Why? The thing is psychologically impossible. If you want something to be true, you will be half blind and half deaf to anything that obstructs your desire. That is the way we're made. And even if nature did not attend to this, money would. As soon as your society exercised real power on public opinion, it would be bought up in a gentle, sleight-o-hand way by some economic group. A few of the more influential members of the society would be approached, some present would be made, and justice would have another force to contend with. No, your society won't do. Well, let us see. Here you have a body of 5,000 men, rather a goodly number for even an American millionaire to purchase. They wish to investigate, say, the problem of birth control. What do? They vote, without nominations, for 6 of their number to manage the investigation. The 6 men receiving the highest vote investigate and write out a report. Now, if any report were published which misstated facts or omitted important items, the fault would at once diminish the repute and influence of the society. Let merely the suspicion get about that these reports are unfair, and the society would begin to decay. That is, the power of the society would grow with its fairness and fall with its unfairness, a very happy arrangement. The fear of this fall in influence would be the best incentive to impartial reports. Every committee would feel that the future of the society depended on the fairness of its own report, and every man on every committee would hesitate before making himself responsible for the disrepute of the society. He would feel himself on trial before his fellow members and would halt himself in the natural slide into partiality. Not that he would always succeed. Men are men. But it is reasonable to expect that men working under these conditions would be considerably more impartial than the average newspaper. Again, who is as impartial as the scientist? One cannot do much in science without a stern control of the personal equation. To describe protozoa, for example, as one would like them to be, is no very clever way of attaining repute in protozoology. This is not so true in the social as in the physical sciences, though even in this new field scientific fairness and accuracy are rapidly increasing. One can get more reliable and impartial reports of an industrial situation, e.g., of the Colorado troubles, from the scientific investigators than from either side to the controversy. The very deficiencies of the student type, incapacity for decisions or for effective methods in action, involve a compensatory grasp of understanding and impartiality of attitude. Our best guarantee against dishonesty is not virtue, but intelligence, and our society is supposed to be a sort of distilled intelligence. That the scheme savors of aristocracy is not to its discredit. We need aristocracy, in the sense of better methods for giving weight to superior brains. We need a touch of Plato in our democracy. After all, the essence of the plan, as we have said, is the democratization of Plato and Nietzsche and Carlyle. The intelligent man gets more political power, but only through the mechanism of democracy. His greater power comes not by his greater freedom to do what he pleases despite the majority, but by improved facilities for enlightening and converting the majority. Democracy, ideally, means only that the aristocracy is periodically elected and renewed, and this is a plan whereby the aristocrats, the really best, shall be more clearly seen to be so. Furthermore, the plan avoids the great defect of Plato's scheme that philosophers are not fitted for executive and administrative work, that those skilled to see are very seldom also able to do. Here the philosopher, the man who gets at the truth, rules, but only indirectly, and without the burdens of office and execution. And indeed it is not the philosopher who rules, but truth. The liberator is made king. Dusra, the professor, as Buridan's ass. You have anticipated my objection and cleverly twisted it into an argument, but that would be too facile an escape. You must face more squarely the fact that your professors are mere intellectualist highbrows, incapable of understanding the real issues involved in our social war, and even more incapable of suggesting practical ways out. The more you look, the more you see. The more you see, the less you do. You think that reflection leaves you peace of mind. It doesn't. It leaves your mind in pieces. The intellectual is like Doctor Buridan's ass. He is so careful to stand in the middle that he never gives a word of practical advice for fear that he will compromise himself and fracture a syllogism. The trouble is that we think too much, not too little. We make thinking a substitute for action. Really, as Rousseau argued, thinking is unnatural. What the world needs is men who can make up their minds and then march on, almost in blinders, to a goal. We know enough, we know too much, and surely we have a plethora of investigating committees. A committee is just a scientific way of doing nothing. Your plan would flood the country with committees and leave courage buried under facts. You should call your organization a society for talky talk. The only flaw in this argument is that it does not touch the proposal. What is suggested is not that the society take action or make programs, much less execute them. We ask our professors merely to do for a larger public and more thoroughly and systematically what we are glad to have them do for a small number of us in college and university. Action is ex hypothesi left to others. The function of the researcher is quite simply to look and tell us what he sees. That he is a highbrow, an intellectual, and even a Buridan's ass does not interfere with his seeing. Nobody ever argued that Buridan's ass was blind. We forget that seeing is itself an art. Some of us have specialized in the art and have naturally failed to develop cleverness in practical affairs. But that does not mean that our special talent cannot be used by the community, any more than Sir Oliver Lodge's fondness for celestial exploration makes us reject his work on electricity. Thinking is itself a form of action, and not the easiest nor the least effective. It is true that if you reflect too much, you will never accomplish anything. But if you reflect too little, you will accomplish about as much. We make headway only by the headway. Action without forethought tends to follow a straight line. But in life, the straight line is often the longest distance between 2 points, because, as Leonardo said, the straightest line offers the greatest resistance. Thought is roundabout and loves flank attacks. The man of action rushes into play courageously, succeeds now, fails then, and sooner or later wishes, if he lives to wish, that he could think more. The increasing dependence of industry on scientific research and of politics on expert investigators shows how the world is coming to value the man whose specialty is seeing. Faith in intellect, as Santayana says, is the only faith yet sanctioned by its fruit. The two most important men in America just now are, or have been, college professors. To speak still more boldly, the greatest single human source of good in our generation is the intellectual researcher and professor. The man to be feared above all others is the man who can see. Third, is information wanted? But your whole scheme shows a very amateur knowledge of human nature. You seem to think you can get people interested in fact. You can't. Fact is too much against their interest. If the facts favor their wish, they are interested. If not, they forget them. The hardest thing in the world is to listen to truth that threatens to frustrate desire. That is why people won't listen to your reports unless you tell them what they want to hear. They will, and perhaps excusably, prefer the bioscope to your embalmed statistics, just as they will prefer to read the Family Herald rather than the subtleties recommended by the Mutual Admiration Society, which you would make out of our men of letters. You can investigate till you are blue in the face, and all you will get out of it won't be worth the postage stamps you use. Public opinion doesn't follow fact, it follows desire. People don't vote for a man because he is supported by truth, but because he promises to do something they like. And the man who makes the biggest promises to the biggest men will get office 99 times out of 100, no matter what the facts are. What counts is not truth, but money. This is the basic difficulty. Is it worthwhile to spread information? Think how much information is spread every week in Europe and America, the world remaining the while as wicked as it probably ever was. Public opinion is still, it seems, as Sir Robert Peel described it to be, a compound of folly, weakness, prejudice, wrong feeling, right feeling, obstinacy, and newspaper paragraphs, particularly the paragraphs. Once we thought that the printing press was the beginning of democracy, that Gutenberg had enfranchised the world. Now it appears that print and plutocracy get along very well together. Nevertheless, the hope of the weak lies in numbers and in information, in democracy and in print. The remedy for the abuses of public opinion is not to discredit it, but to instruct it. The cure for misstatements is better statements. If the newspapers are used to spread falsehood, that is no reason why newspapers should not be used to spread truth. After all, the spread of information has done many things, killed dogma, sterilized many marriages, and even prevented wars. And there is no reason why a further spread may not do more valuable things than any yet done. It has been said so often that we are apt to admit it, just to avoid its repetition, that discussion effects nothing. But indeed, nothing else effects anything. Whatever is done without information and discussion is soon undone, must be soon undone. All that bears time is that which survives the test of thought. All problems are at last problems in information. To find out just how things stand is the only finally effective way of getting at anything. As to the limited number of persons who would be reached by the reports, let us not ask too much. There is no pretense here that the great mass of the people would be reached. No doubt these would go on living what Wells calls the normal social life. But these people do not count for constructive purposes. They divide about evenly in every election. The men who do count, the local leaders, the clergymen, the lecturers, the teachers, the union officials, the newspaper men, the agitators, the arch-rebels and the arch-Tories, all these men will be reached, and the information given will strengthen some and weaken others, and so play its effective part in the drama of social change. Each one of these men will be a center for the further distribution of information. Imagine a new monthly with a country-wide circulation of 1 million voters, that is, a general circulation of 5 million. Would such a periodical have power? Would not millions be given to control it? Well, here we have more power because not so concentrated in a few editorial hands, not so easily purchasable, and based on better intellect and repute. The money that would be paid at any time for the control of a periodical of such influence would finance our society for many years. It is impossible to believe that such a spread of knowledge as is here suggested would do nothing to elevate the moral and political life of the country. Consider the increased scrupulousness with which a congressman would vote if he knew that at the next election his record would be published in cold print in 100 newspapers, over the name of the Society for Social Research. Consider the effect on congressional appropriations for public buildings of a plain statement of the population and size of the towns which require such colossal edifices for their mail. Publicity, it has been said, is the only cure for bad motives. Consider the stimulus which such reports would give to political discussion everywhere. Hardly a dispute occurs which is not based upon insufficient acquaintance with the facts. Here would be information up to date, ready to give the light which dispels the heat. Men would turn to these reports all the more willingly because the reports were pledged to confine themselves to fact. Men would find here no attacks, no argument, no theory or creed. It would be refreshing in some ways to bathe the mind, hot with contention, in these cool streams of fact, and to emerge cleansed of error and filled with the vitality of truth. We have spent so much time attacking what we hate that we have not stopped to tell people what we like. If we would only affirm more and deny less, there would be less of cross-purpose in the world. And information is affirmation. It would not open the wounds of controversy so much as offer points of contact. And in the light of fact, enemies might see that their good lay, for the most part, on a common road. If you want to change a foe into a friend, or some cynic will say, a friend into a foe, give him information. Fourth, finding Maecenas. Well, suppose you are right. Suppose information, as you say, is king. How are you going to do it? Do you really think you will get some benevolent millionaire to finance you? And will you, like Fourier, wait in your room every day at noon for the man who will turn your dream into a fact? What we tend to forget about rich men is that besides being rich, they are men. There are a surprising number of them, particularly those who have inherited money, who are eager to return to the community the larger part of their wealth, if only they could be shown a way of doing it which would mean more than a change of pockets. Merely to give to charity is, in Aristotle's phrase, to pour water into a leaking cask. What such men want is a way of increasing intelligence. They know from hard experience that in the end, intelligence is the quality to be desired and produced. They have spent millions, perhaps billions, on education, and this plan of ours is a plan for education. If it is what it purports to be, some one of these men will offer to finance it. And not only one. Let the beginnings of our society be sober and efficient. Let its first investigations be thorough and intelligent. Let its initial reports be impartial, succinct, illuminating, and simple, and further help will come almost unasked. After a year of honest and capable work, our society would find itself supported by rather a group of men than by one man. It might conceivably find itself helped by the state, at the behest of the citizens. What would prevent a candidate for governor from declaring his intention that should he be elected, he would secure an annual appropriation for our society? And why should not the voters be attracted by such a declaration? Why should not the voters demand such a declaration? Nor need we fear that a society so helped by the rich man and the state would turn into but one more instrumentality of obstructionism. Not that such an organization of intelligence would be radical. The words radical and conservative have become but instruments of calumny, and truth slips between them. But in the basic sense of the word, our society would be extremely radical, for there is nothing so radical, so revolutionary, as just to tell the truth, to say what it is you see. That surely is to go to the radix of the thing. And truth has this advantage, that it is discriminately revolutionary. There are some things old to which truth is no enemy, just as there are some things new which will melt in the glare of fact. Let the fact say. This is the final faith, that truth will make us free, so far as we can ever be free. Let the truth be published to the world, and men separated in the dark will see one another and one another's purposes more clearly and with saner understanding than before. The most disastrous thing you can do to an evil is to describe it. Let truth be told, and the parasite will lose his strength through shame, and meanness will hide its face. Only let information be given to all and freely, and it will be a cleansing of our national blood. Enmity will yield to open and honest opposition, where it will not indeed become cooperation. All we need is to see better. Let there be light. Eindam, the chance of philosophy. One more objection before you take the money, and that is, what on earth has all this to do with philosophy? I can understand that to have economists on your investigating committees and biologists and psychologists and historians would be sensible. But what could a philosopher do? These are matters for social science, not for metaphysics. Leave the philosophers out, and some of us may take your scheme seriously. It is a good objection, if only because it shows again the necessity for a new kind of philosopher. Merely to make such an objection is to reinforce the indictment brought above against the philosopher as he is. But what of the philosopher as he might be? What might the philosopher be? Well, first of all, he would be a living man, and not an annotator of the past. He would have grown freely. His initial spark of divine fire unquenched by scholastic inflexibilities of discipline and study. He would have imbibed no sermons, but his splendid curiosity would have found food and encouragement from his teachers. He would have lived in and learned to love the country and the city. He would be at home in the ploughed fields as well as in the centres of learning. He would like the cleansing solitude of the woods, and yet too the invigorating bustle of the city streets. He would be brought up on Plato and Thucydides, Leonardo and Michelangelo, Bacon and Montaigne. He would study the civilization of Greece and that of the Renaissance on all sides, joining the history of politics, economics, and institutions with that of science, literature, and philosophy. And yet he would find time to study his own age thoroughly. He would be interested in life and full of it. He would jump into campaigns, add his influence carefully to movements he thought good, and help make the times live up more nearly to their possibilities. He would not shut himself up forever in laboratories, libraries, and lecture rooms. He would live more widely than that. He would be of the earth earthly, of the world worldly. He would not talk of ideals in the abstract and do nothing for them in the concrete. Above all else in the world, he would abhor the kind of talk that is a refuge from the venture and responsibility of action. He would not only love wisdom, he would live it. But we must not make our ideal philosopher too repulsively perfect. Let us agree at least to this, that a man who should know the social disciplines, and not merely one science, would be of help in some such business as we have been proposing. And if we suppose that he has not only knowledge but wisdom, that his acquaintance with the facts of science is matched by his knowledge of life, that through fellowship with genius in Greece and Florence, he has acquired a fund of wisdom which needs but the nourishment of living to grow richer from day to day, then we are on the way to seeing that this is the sort of man our society would need above all other sorts of men. Such philosophers would be worthy to guide research and direct the enlightenment of the world. Such philosophers might be to their generation what Socrates and Plato were to their generations, and Francis Bacon to his. Such a philosophy, in Nietzsche's words, might rule. This is the chance of philosophy. It may linger further in that calm death of social ineffectiveness in which we see it sinking, or it may catch the hands of the few philosophers who insist on focusing thought on life and so regain the position which it alone is fitted to fill. Unless that position is filled, and properly, all the life of the world is zigzag and fruitless, what we have called the logic chopping life, and unless that position is filled, philosophy too is logic chopping, zigzag and fruitless, and turns away from life men whom life most sorely needs. There are some among us, even some philosophers among us, who are eager to lead the way out of bickering into discussion, out of criticism into construction, out of books into life. We must keep a keen eye for such men and their beginnings, and we must strengthen them with our little help. Philosophy is too divinely splendid a thing to be kept from the most divine of things, creation. Some of us love it as the very breath of our lives. It is our vital medium, without which life would be less than vegetation, and we will not rest so long as the name philosopher means anything less aspiring and inspiring than it did with Plato. Science flourishes and philosophy languishes, because science is honest and philosophy sycophantic, because science touches life and helps it, while philosophy shrinks fearfully and helplessly away. If philosophy is to live again, it must rediscover life. It must come back into the cave. It must come down from the real and transcendental world and play its venturesome part in the hard and happy world of efforts and events. It is the chance of philosophy. Conclusion? See now, in summary, how modest a suggestion it is, grandiloquent though it may have seemed. We propose no ism, we make no program. We suggest, tentatively, a method. We propose a new start, a new tack, a new approach, not to the exclusion of other approaches, but to their assistance. If this thing should be done, it would not mean that other gropers toward a better world would have to stand idle. It would but give light to them that walk in darkness, and it would make possible a more generous cooperation among the different currents in the stream of reconstructive thought. We are a little discouraged today. We lovers of the new have become doubtful of the object of our love. Perhaps, we sometimes feel, all this effort is a vain circling in the mist. Perhaps we do not advance, but only move. Our faith in progress is dimmed. We even tire of the social problem. We have tried so many ways, knocked at so many doors, and found so little of that which we sought. Sometimes, in the lassitude of mistaken effort and drear defeat, we almost think that the social problem is never to find even partial solution, that it is not a problem but a limitation forever. We need a new beginning, a new impetus, perhaps a new delusion. See, too, how the thought of our five teachers lies concentrated and connected in this new approach. What have we done but renew concretely the Socratic plea for intelligence, the Platonic hope for philosopher kings, Bacon's dream of knowledge organized and ruling the world, Spinoza's gentle insistence on democracy as the avenue of development, and Nietzsche's passionate defense of aristocracy and power? There was something in us that thrilled at Plato's conception of a philosophy that could guide as well as dissect our social life. But there was another something in us that hesitated before his plan of slavery as the basis of it all. We felt that we would rather be free and miserable than bound and filled. Why should a man feed himself if his feet are chained and he must never move? And we were inspired, too, by the demand that the best should rule, that they should have power fitted to their worth. We should be glad to find some way whereby the best could have power, could rule, and yet with the consent of all. We wanted an aristocracy sanctioned by democracy, a social order standing on the broad base of free citizenship and wide cooperation. Socrates shows us how to use Bacon to reconcile Plato and Nietzsche with Spinoza. Intelligence will organize intelligence so that superior worth may have superior influence and yet work with and through the will of all. And here at the end comes a thought that some of us perhaps have had more than once as this discussion advanced. What could the church do for the organization of intelligence? It could do wonderful things. It has power, organization, facilities, through which the gospel of the moral obligation to be intelligent could be preached to a wider audience than any newspaper could reach. And among the clergy are hundreds of young men who have found new inspiration in the figure of Jesus seen through the aspirations of democracy, hundreds eager to do their part in any work that will lessen the misery of men. What if they were to find in this organization of intelligence a focus for their labor? What if they should not only themselves undertake the studies which would fit them for membership in the society, but should also make it their business to stir up in all who might come to them the spirit of the seeker, to incite them to read religiously the reports of the society, to call on them to spread abroad the good news of truth to be had for the asking? What if these men should make their churches extension centers for the educational work of the society, giving freely the use of their halls and even contributing to the expense of organizing classes and paying for skilled instruction? What if they should see in the spread of intelligence the best avenue to that wide friendship which Jesus so passionately preached? What better way is there to make men love one another than to make men understand one another? True charity comes only with clarity, just as mercy is but justice that understands. Surely the root of all evil is the inability to see clearly that which is. How better can religion combat evil than to preach clarity as the beginning of social redemption? One of the many burdens that drag on the soul is a knowledge of the past. It is a strong man who can know history and keep his courage, a great dream that can face the fact and live. We look at those flitting experiments called civilizations. We see them rise one after another. We see them produce and produce and produce. We feel the weight of their accumulating wealth. Still visionable to us, the busyness of geniuses and slaves piling stone upon stone and making pyramids to greet the stars. Still audible the voices of Socrates in the agora and of old Plato passing quietly among the students in the grove. Still haunting us the white faces of martyrs in the amphitheatres of Rome. And then the pyramids stand bare and lonely. The voices of Greek genius are hushed. The Colosseum is a ruin and a memory. One after another these peoples pass, these wonderful peoples, greater perhaps, wiser and nobler perhaps, than the peoples of our time. And we almost choke with the heavy sense of a vast futility encompassing the world. Some of us turn away then from the din of effort and seek in resignation the comfort of a living death. Some others find in the doubt and difficulty the zest and reward of the work. After all, the past is not dead, it has not failed. Only the vileness of it is dead, gone with the winnowing of time. That which was great and worthy lives and works and is real. Plato speaks to us still, speaks to millions and millions of us, and the blood of martyrs is the seed of saints. We speak and pass, but the word remains. Effort is not lost. Not to have tried is the only failure, the only misery. All effort is happiness, all effort is success. And so again we write ourselves in books and stone and colour, and smile in the face of time. Again we hear the call of the work, that it be done. Edens that wait the wizardry of thought, beauty that craves the touch of artist hands, truth that but hungers to be felt or seen, and again we are hot with the passion for perfection. We will remake. We will wonder and desire and dream and plan and try. We are such beings as dream and plan and try, and the glory of our defeats dims the splendor of the sun. We will take thought and add a cubit to our stature. We will bring intelligence to the test, and call it together from all corners of the earth. We will harness the genius of the race and renew creation. We will remake.